Hello, everyone. This is Defense Politics Asia, and I'm Wyatt, and welcome to the Open Mic. And I'm just checking the stream to make sure that everything is working. Yep, it looks like it's working. So I wave actually for like 3 seconds, but you guys only saw like half a second. So I wave again. Happy New Year, everyone. So we have 18 and 23, 18 people on the defense the main channel, 20, and 14. Where's the 23 gone? Become 14. Okay, never mind. So welcome to the open mic. 2023. This is the first open mic for the new year, and I'm so not prepared for it. So as usual, as not usual actually is I just started last week that the main channel's stream will end around 1 hour plus, and then it will exclusively just carry on the DPA IRL channel. This is actually to encourage people to go over to the DPA IRL channel to subscribe. So I have to manipulate you guys, since you guys like to read fake news, misinformation, from one guy from Singapore, half a world away talking about Ukraine. What does he know? So So anyway, just want to say hi to some people. Let's see who is on. Okay, Adriano Taylor, hi Sleazer, hi Jen, hi Ugly Toad, hi Kulak, hi Ocean Tosca, hi Bluter, hi Replacement, hi Jukavaj, hi Daniel Hutchinson, hi Do, hi Emmanuel, hi Zhangmil, hi Do, hi Marcos Ramos, hi Daniel Petrucci, I actually don't know how to pronounce Petrucci. Hi Darren Tan, Daryl Tan, sorry. Hi Romania Turk, hi Groove Knight, hi Ruthlessly Efficient, hi Adriano Taylor, hi Ija Shvorovich, hi Nick, hi Skoda, hi M Liu, hi who else? DPKM, hi Kenchi Emin. Oh, a lot of people is on now. Yeah, suddenly everyone is on. Hi Romanian Turk, hi Johnny. So hi Ziggy, Happy New Year everyone, Happy New Year. So I'm gonna put in the hi Nato. So I'm gonna put in the stream. Let me see where to find the invite. Let me find the invite. Where's the invite? Okay. Gotta put it. The invite link will actually be on the DPA IRL channel. So let me see. Invite link. You please have webcam, earphone, and what else? Show your face. Remember to subscribe. Yeah, I think that's about it, right? So I'm gonna drop the link to the DPA IRL channel already, and then I'm gonna share the link for the invite link to join the mic. The link is in the DPA IRL stream at. Remember to subscribe. Okay, in this as well. Pin. So some rumors about opening getting captured. I have no idea. I haven't done the updates since the SIP rep. So as per the SIP rep, the information is the latest. As per the SIP rep, any information that come after, I haven't seen it yet because I haven't have time, because I'm busy with other things like taking a nap and then eating dinner. And then doing the DPA banner. If you have noticed, all the DPA social media as well as the website, the banner has updated to the 2023 version with 15 different heads, the top 15 people that you have nominated. And it's very out of place to see Patrick Lancaster on it, but it is what it is. Yeah, thank you. No, finally, goal 11. You're the first person to notice I cut my hair. I haven't seen people talk about my hair at all. I was like, very good job. I'll give you a medal. Yeah. So meanwhile, people are still figuring out how to get to the open mic. So we can talk about some things. Opinion is actually just south of Bakhmut. The one just south is basically the southern outskirt or suburbs of Bakhmut city. So I look 10 years younger. Yes, this is the magic of cutting your hair and shaving. Just now I didn't shave. I thought I want to look more rugged, but then I decided I think more tidy. New year, new me kind of nonsense. ISW is showing more advance in Bakhmut than you're showing. ISW, I don't know. I don't look at ISW. Whip Union, yeah. I don't know. I don't watch Whip Union stuff. Although I'm in contact with him. So yeah, because I don't discuss progress or the war with very often with other YouTubers or other analysts, because I don't want to get into a bubble, a thought bubble. Like for example, if someone tell me something, then I was like, that's possible. Then I start to think that's what it is. So I don't think that's very healthy. Which is why I try not to discuss too much, and I basically tell the same to my to the fellow YouTubers who are also covering the war, who I'm in contact with. I also told them that no, we shouldn't discuss too much because we should avoid thought bubbles. Why is there two streams on two channels? Which is the main one? DPA Defense Politics Asia, the one with the black logo, that is the main channel. But for Open Mic's home, the home of the Open Mic is actually on DPA IRL. Yeah, because the main channel is the main channel. My plan is actually to do a lot of geopolitical stuff there, to report on geopolitics, economics, and so the DPA IRL is meant for opinions, and also for you guys, for you guys' opinion. But we come on open mic, and then you can share your opinion. Because to me, I do not think I'm better than any one of you. No, we are just the same people. I'm just someone that just happened. I'm just like you, just happen to spend stupid amount of time mapping all the information on the map. That's just what I think. And a lot of the people, if you have watched previous open mics, you have realized that a lot of people are just so smart. So, and they're way smarter than me, or they know much more than me. So, which is why I love the open mic. I get to learn things as well. So, anyway, no one want to join. Oh my god. Any problem with joining? Any problem with joining? So we have 109 on the main channel, 39 on the DPA IRL channel currently. I have no idea. I have no idea why nobody is joining it. So if nobody join, it's just gonna be a monologue. I'm gonna be talking to you guys. So, history legend, yeah. David say he loves history legend. History legend is my best friend. He's my buddy. He's my brother from a different mother. So we just we talk quite a bit, and then we just hits off very well. And I only know him after I did this YouTube channel blow up, and then he was using my map. Then we talk on LinkedIn and everything. Then yeah, we just hit off. Very cool stuff. So my new best friend in 2022. So see 2023, I will get new best friends or not. Yeah. So I do say thank you for caring for the opinions of your viewers. I just show yeah, of course because I everyone's view, I think, is very important. It's not just me. Just like when I say go to vote, go and influence your politics in your country. Now, I mean it, because if you don't vote, then your vote is actually very important. And maybe when you engage your politicians, it's very important. It helps to shape, even little very slightly, but it helps. Like for me, with 50,000 subs on the main channel, it seems like a lot, but actually it's also not a lot when you look at the scale of all the YouTube channels that's covering the Ukraine war. My influence is actually very minimal. to be honest. But I just do my best and then do my little bit, and I hope it helps. Oh, what do I think about military summary? I don't know. Actually, I don't watch, so I have no opinions. I thought that he's a very nice guy. So yeah, because we have been on the stream before. What is it called? Mazarin Geopolitics. We have been on together talking about Ukraine war together before. But no, I see him. I used to see him as more like a pro-Russian channel, and I'm the neutral one. But I think he's pretty neutral as well. So he covers the war a bit differently from mine, I think. So for me, I'm just very specific. I'm just talking about the front lines and the fighting, and who is winning and who is losing, kind of thing. No, he covers a bit. I think a bit more about other stuff that is happening around the war, which I will start to cover because now DPA War Channel is now a part. Then the main channel can now do a bit more things. We can report a bit more things that is happening around the war. Hey, no one want to join the open mic. Oh my freaking god! This is the first time I host an open mic. Is there any problem with the open mic? Oh, Ocean Tosca just noticed that I changed my hairstyle. Yeah. Yes, I changed my hairstyle. No. Yeah, the camera. I don't know why on Streamyard the camera is not sharp enough. You is nicer in real life. High central mapping. New Atlas and Teddy mapping. Yeah, I actually really don't know because I really don't watch. I really don't have time to watch. It's very boring when you already spend 5 hours a day mapping the map, and then it's like the last thing you want is just to read more Ukraine war stuff, and everyone is using the same sources. There's only a few sources that is credible and that you can really use, like the two defense ministry, the two Ukraine and Russian defense ministry, and then you have the mainly RIBA, UA, Deep State UA, and maybe War Gonzo. Then pretty much, that's what I use. And most of the other channels usually don't have much intel. So everyone is using the same sources. So if I watch their stream, I'm just listening to their opinions. It's not really, I'm not really learning much, to be honest. So someone just came into the backstage and then run away. yeah. So anyone want to join the stream? Nobody want to talk. Open mic is not about me talking only. Will China defend Pakistan in the war of India? Of course not. They will just let Pakistan and India fight it out and just let them die, and both get weakened. What the hell China want to get involved in other people's war? Not to mention India and Pakistan is both nuclear powered, nuclear armed. So the India and Pakistan themselves would not even go to war because both are nuclear armed. All the wars that they had is very small. So, hi Jay.
Yeah, what's going on, DPA?
I forgot about my earpiece. Wait.
I forgot. Wait, you go by. Do you prefer Wyatt or you prefer me call you DPA?
Wyatt or DPA.
For Wyatt. Okay. It's a beautiful Sunday here, the first day of 2023. Happy New Year, by the way.
Happy New Year.
I'm about to go enjoy me some the greatest sport of the world, football, American football, by the way.
You mean rugby?
Yo, my girl heard you say that, and she was like, "That sounds pretty cool, actually." She was like, "We should change the name to Armored Rugby."
Yeah, actually, would be a cool name.
Okay, but it's football though. You use your feet.
Since when? Only when you kick the free kick, right?
Well, no, free kick. Well, actually, there are free kicks, huh?
Yeah, you have one. Because I can hear the feedback.
Is that better? No?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, it's better. I cannot hear myself anymore. Cool. I
can you hear me?
Myself anymore. Yeah, I can hear you.
Hold on. I'm going to go out and come back in. Hold on.
He's gone. And I'm alone myself. Will Serbia move against Kosovo this year? This year is 2023, right? Then maybe I don't know.
Okay,
Oh,
how about
hey,
now?
hi.
Hey.
Yes,
Now good?
good.
So I
But I
couldn't hear
cannot
you
hear
before.
myself.
I don't
That's
know
good.
why. All
Yeah,
right.
just now there was a feedback.
Okay.
How long
Anyway.
more to your game?
Huh?
How long more to your game?
No, I haven't started yet. They start at 1:00 over here, East Coast time.
So what time is it now? Actually,
12:15. Starting 45 minutes.
Are you playing?
No, no. What? These are
You
highly
look like
tuned
you're
athletic
playing.
machines. I got a jersey on right now. That's why. Because I mean, don't y'all wear? You guys wear your jerseys of the teams that you like?
Oh yes, yes,
Yeah, we
yes.
do the same thing. I
I'm not.
play
I'm
football,
just not used to the jersey being so armored. It
so
looks pretty armored.
you know what though? Did you know that football actually is popular in the UK and Germany? Like American football actually is popular over there.
No.
It is. They've had games in Wembley Stadium in the UK since 2007. They had their first game in Munich this past year. They've
With the
had games
armor.
with with the armor, yes, with the armor.
What else? What do you call it then? It's not if it's not armor. What do you call it?
It's football. It's
I
football. It's
mean,
real
I mean the
football.
the the, the gear. The gear. What do you call
Pads.
it?
They're called pads.
Oh, that's so pathetic. That's
It's
so
the
weak. The name. You need to change the name. Call it armor. It's like, don your armor, guys.
Armored Rugby League. The ARL. I like that actually.
Yeah.
See why you should be part of the NFL commission. You should.
Yeah.
What NFL commission? Anyways, to get on topic, or I don't know what the topic is today. I mean, usually kind of the topics are anything.
Yeah, it's anything. So the main thing is that I'm suspecting that the winter offensive is already started. That's the main thing that I seem to notice. It seems that there's a different gear to the Russians offensive. Yeah.
Well, I thought the winter offensive wasn't going to start until they were finished training up their troops. So anytime I mentioned I mentioned this source last week, and then everyone was like, "Oh my God, they're so anti-West," but I don't care because I follow him and I like his videos. But Alexander Mercurius was saying that they weren't going to start the winter offensive until they finished training up all their troops, reserves included, and that they still had a few thousand troops that needed to be trained up. The Russia wanted their frontline and reserve troops fully trained up before they started an offensive, and that wasn't going to start until sometime in February.
So if that is not offensive, then it's quite scary, right? Because the Russians are already pushing pretty hard now.
Right.
So if you say that there is going to be like even bigger offensive, that would be like crazy. Hi, Vlad.
Well, I mean, didn't you make the point before? Hey, what's going on, bro? I believe Wyatt, you made the point before. This wasn't in one of your lives. It was in one of your standalone videos. That in Belgrade alone, Russia had like over 800 aircraft that they were stationing.
Yeah.
It
So
was
I'm
something
starting
insane.
to doubt, whether it's true or not, because it's like we haven't really seen a lot of the airstrikes like yet, or at least it doesn't seem to be reported. Because they boasted about it, but it might be misinformation.
Yeah, but we haven't seen that throughout the entirety of the war, though. We haven't seen major aircraft strikes. We've seen major missile strikes. See, and you know what though, man, and I don't know how much you follow Gonzalo with this
Hardly near zero.
near zero, but you're aware of him though.
Yeah.
I mean, because he lives in Kharkiv though, so like, I don't know how much
A
more.
lot of people say he's in Kharkiv, right?
He said himself he's in Kharkiv. He's
Oh.
so he's I guess to show some credibility to it, he's actually like done videos where he's taking walks and he's showing parts of the inner city where there's bakeries, where there's shops. And usually people in the comments are saying that, oh, well, yeah, that looks like a spot in Kharkiv. I can't speak on it for sure if he is. I mean, that'd be a weird thing to lie about, honestly, especially since he admitted he got picked up by the SBU. You heard about
sure.
that? Yeah. But
it was a big hoo-ha, This is the first time that was the first time I heard of his name, because I have no idea who is he.
That was a huge deal because he's actually an American citizen as well, and he got picked up by the SBU. So one of the things he was talking about was that sorry, it was a car I was going by. One of the things he was talking about in Ukraine was that he hadn't seen a lot of Russian planes that were going by, even during the assault on Kharkiv. He mostly saw missile strikes, right? And he compared it to how the United States does war, especially during like Desert Storm and Iraqi Freedom, when they did the shock and awe tactics. They bomb the hell out of countries. They bomb them into submission, and then the troops and the tanks are made mostly just to mop up. You mean to tell me that a country that's supposed to be the second most powerful military in the world after the United States would still have tons of aircraft and would still have tons of Cold War aircraft, even if they're obsolete compared to the times? You mean to tell me a Cold War bomber wouldn't put a hurting on a Ukrainian city? Cold War fighter jets wouldn't put a hurting on Ukrainian cities, Ukrainian defenses? So the idea that Russia right now is getting everything they have, it doesn't make any sense, because we haven't heard about big aircraft offensives or big aircraft strikes. We haven't.
Yeah.
I mean, the most we heard about was during the siege of Mariupol, right? And we saw that they were bombing Azovstal, right? That's probably the biggest aircraft offensive we saw. Outside of that, we haven't heard really much of it. So, as Gonzalo puts it, he says the Russians haven't taken the gloves off yet. Like, they're still fighting with their gloves on.
I think they're still working on the air defenses. Really, I think they underestimated how good the old, even the old Russian Soviet stuff is, and also all this monitoring from the West is also they see the aircraft, right? So Russian aircraft is not unnoticed in Ukrainian air, so it's very dangerous. There are a lot of videos in the early of the war where a lot of helicopters and Sukhoi 25s got shot down over the front line. So that's really problems to use the aircraft properly. But one thing is, you don't need aircraft that much when you just do ground offensive. I mean, they cover it with artillery all the time. What we see from the Americans, this big bombardments, big fleets of fighter jets going off, you have that somewhat compensated in artillery power, right? And with rockets, I think. It's like somewhere in between. It's like the same bombardment, but not on a huge scale, right?
Yeah, but doesn't Russia have the most artillery pieces in the world, even if you didn't include rocket artillery? Or aren't they known for having large amounts of artillery and also advanced amounts of artillery on top of that?
I think there is no point of using too much artillery because it's like overrides itself. They need like this precision strikes. You see all these videos with the drone operators and stuff, so it's more or less precision, or I think the Russians prefer precision over like big AoE strikes, right? Because the Ukrainians operate in smaller teams, smaller groups. You don't have like World War II.
I think there was a pro-Russian source or Ukrainian source. I can't remember. It should be a pro-Russian source. So they mentioned that the Ukrainian artillery is so much more accurate than the Russian ones, that they are spending like maybe a third or to 1/6 of the artillery shell that the Russians use just to hit the same targets. So that could have some basis though, because now they are almost exclusively using the Western artillery. Like the Soviet artillery is mostly more or less exhausted. So a lot of like M777s, and I think M777 seems to be really accurate. Like even in the Izium offensive, the Russians really commended that the Ukrainian artillery is one hell of accurate and very responsive. Yeah,
but don't they have
them a lot?
But don't they have the advantage of having multiple Western countries give them satellite imagery?
Yeah, of course.
And satellite intel. Isn't that the advantage? I mean, not to say that the Russians don't. That's another thing too. I don't hear much about. The Russians have satellites up in the sky too. Are they not able to use that same kind of imagery?
I've heard a story that the Russians didn't have like actual satellites over Ukraine or something. They launched it very late in the war. Something like this I've heard. So maybe it's now we're seeing a lot of like HIMARS getting destroyed and stuff. It may relate to the satellites that the Russians fired.
Oh, speaking of, did they confirm that? Have they finally confirmed the destruction of a HIMARS? I know the Russians said they captured one and destroyed one. But have any other sources confirmed that?
I think on Wild's latest video, right? There was like in Kramatorsk or something where I came from.
Yeah,
the world is small, man.
From my estimate, from all the HIMARS that I have reported destroyed, I think it's more than 10, like nearing 20 HIMARS or HIMARS type vehicles. They have been taking out all these vehicles at least according to the Russian Defense Ministry. No, occasionally they have been taking them out, and it seems like at least 12, 14 of them has already been destroyed, at least.
But the Ukrainians only got a dozen, didn't they?
They got like 20 over. I think more than 20 because they still got the M270. They have the German HIMARS. The German M270.
Okay.
The
I was thinking of American
version,
HIMARS. That's why.
Because they don't not only HIMARS, they got the M270 as well. They got a lot.
Okay.
Oh,
From
hi,
Poland,
Mason.
I think. Hey.
Commander.
Hey.
How y'all doing?
Nice
Happy
quote.
New Year.
Hey, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Mason is like one of the most generous super chatter. I always saw his super chat now and then.
Now we see your house, okay?
Yep.
So we were talking about like M270 and HIMARS.
It looks like they're running out of HIMAR ammo. I mean, people have been talking about this for a while, but like you barely hear about someone getting struck by HIMARS anymore.
So according to Russian Defense Ministry report, almost daily they still talk about intercepts of HIMARS missiles, like daily, but it's not a lot. It's like 5 here, 4 here, 6 there. Like in one day there's less than 10. The intercepts.
I remember
then there are reports of hits.
There was a report. I forget where it was from, but it was some Western analyst, or maybe it was an article where they were saying the Ukrainians, they used the HIMARS in sort of like a tactical support role, but it was some Western analyst or
there's a feedback coping.
Oh, do I have feedback?
They used the HIMARS.
Yeah, we can hear the background audio your side. Are you playing the YouTube? Okay, I'm gonna mute him first. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Hello. Oops. I unmute you and you unmute yourself as well, so you become mute. You try again. Okay, he's not. Let me try again. Oh, he's gone. Okay, sorry.
Oh, people start to drop off. What happened?
Yeah, he went for his armored rugby. Yeah, Jay wanted. He's waiting for his armored rugby game. I mean, American football.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, Wyatt, some funny things.
Yes.
Can you comment on the Chinese-Indian border clashes with stocks and?
Yeah. Oh my God, it's just lame. I don't know.
I mean, it's funny.
The video was the one the Indians used the stick and just beat them back the barrier, right? So the Indians seems to detect the Chinese try to infringe into the area where it's supposedly the border, but the Chinese soldiers seems to be unarmed. They just cross over the barrier, and then the Indians just come over with the sticks and just start hitting them. and then they cannot take it, and they all ran back, and then they cheer. Yay!
I mean, better we have this kind of wars than Ukraine war, right?
My
so
brain
old
cannot-
people shooting at each other. Yeah.
My brain cannot digest like what the hell is happening. It's like, come on, you just take the gun and fire in the air or something.
The babushkas on the supermarket in Kiev give a harder fight than the Indians and Chinese.
So
I mean,
is
it's a
this
good
better?
thing, right?
Is this
All
better?
right.
Yeah, I think it's better.
Yes, let me.
Okay, no background noise, no nothing. It's I'm loud and
Yeah,
clear.
no more.
Okay,
All
awesome.
right. Yeah,
Happy New Year's,
finally you
everyone.
got a good mic.
Yeah, I had to because when I look back at the streams, I kind of noticed that I'm very, very annoying to listen to through that mic,
Yes.
and I'm also not able to kind of listen so well the others. So I kind of imagine pauses where there are none, or I think that people are pausing because So it became a
Yes.
mess, and I noticed I had to do something because also the audience was making it quite clear that yeah.
So which is why in the private chat I do mention that please just don't stop, don't wait, just finish your sentence, because sometimes the pause we hear is actually is wrong because it's delayed. Yeah. Okay, Jay mentioned in the private chat that he went for his armored rugby game.
I think that's such a much more appropriate way to call it because, like he says, yeah, it's football, but it's what the first kick, no? It's mostly with the hand. Call it rugby, right? You know, it just you don't have to sugarcoat it that Americans have gotten so soft they need armor to protect themselves. The British don't even care
come
to.
on.
Well, with the at least you care to keep the game going. The British just like, well, we're not going to be like the Yankees and put armor on, so like the sport dies out. So like kudos still, you're keeping rugby going, armor or not.
Or padded armor, padded
Oh,
rugby.
sorry,
Because you say
sorry.
it's not armor, right? It's padded.
I did not mean to emotionally damage any Americans. It's a padded armor. Yeah.
Severe emotional damage at the moment.
Yeah.
Well,
that
I'm
was-
from Alabama, so down here it's like a religion. Football.
So
Mm.
the issue of football and soccer, like that's you do not. It's a blasphemy to call it rugby, for example.
People just wouldn't know what the hell you're talking about. It's not that they would even be mad. They would just be like, "What do you mean? What's rugby?"
Really? So, but
Depending on where
okay,
you
well,
are. I mean, people down here aren't stupid, but they don't really follow European sports much.
Hmm. So, but American football actually comes from rugby, right?
Yeah.
So
I think so.
you-
I mean, I don't know.
it's the exact same rules, if I'm not wrong. It's just that it's armored or padded. It's the same rules, right? I believe. Coping, right? Is this the same rules?
I believe it is pretty much the same. There might be some alterations, but the basics of the game is. I'm not a sports fan by any means, so don't quote me. But as far as I've understood it, rugby and football and American football is essentially the same thing.
Yeah, it's just with the armor, so the clash can be much harder.
Yeah, there's probably
the-
also something with distances and some other minor rules, probably different. But
There's a difference in rules. I think American football you can throw forward, right? You can throw forward.
Yes, you can.
Yeah. So rugby cannot. Rugby you can only throw sideways. That's the difference. I think that's the difference because there's always the quarterback, throwing far, right? That one don't exist in rugby. Oh, the padded rugby guy is right.
Okay, all right. So the bar I usually go to is packed, so I gotta watch it at home. Okay, so I'm hearing you guys talk shit on our national sport.
Oh man.
Okay,
here we
first
go.
off, rugby and football. Okay, you are right about one part. Rugby was the mother of football. That is correct. But the rules are not the same. In fact, they're extremely different. For one, we do football does not have scrums like rugby does. It doesn't start off in that position. Okay. Start off on the line of
Yes, you
scrimmage,
see. Yeah.
making contact with each other
This is-
already. They have to have a football's length of distance between the two. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I forgot about the scrums.
Yeah, there's scrums. Now also, okay, the football is held by the quarterback. He's the one who holds the ball just as much as the center does. Okay, in rugby, forward passes are not legal. Every pass made has to be a backwards pass. Forward passes are legal and lateral passes are legal in football. Okay, not only that, but you have 3 different phases of the game, whereas rugby doesn't have 3 different phases because there's offense, defense, and special teams. They're completely different teams that culminate into one team. Rugby doesn't have that. All right. Rugby in rugby they don't switch for offense, defense, and then special teams. Special teams has its own face in the game. You see that on kickoffs, you see that on punts, and you see that during field goal attempts. All right. Not
So
only
did you
that,
guys swap the entire team out?
okay. So there are 11 players for offense, 11 players for defense, 11 players for special teams, and then you'll
So
have
how many people on the pitch at the same time?
how many people are on the field at the same time or on one individual team?
On the field.
53
on
men.
one side.
On one, okay, every team has at least 53 men that can be on a roster at any one time, but only 48 can be active for every game. So 5 men
on the
have to
field?
be. No. Okay, on the bench, say you have 2 benches. Okay, you have 2 individual benches with two separate teams. Each team has 53 men that are on the bench. 11 will be dedicated to offense, 11 will be dedicated to defense, 11 will be dedicated to special teams. Okay? But the team as a whole can only have 48 players active for that game. 5 of the players of the 53-man roster have to be dedicated practice squad players, which means they have to be deactivated for every Sunday. And in order to activate one of them, it has to be done before the game starts, and they have to swap out an active player for an inactive player. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, but
No.
Jay, let me ask you this though: what is the difference between? Oh, Jay, I think you have the feedback.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
we
just
can
hold
hear
on.
you. It's just that you're on the speaker, so we can hear ourselves.
Hold on.
Now I know why I sound so annoying. I can hear myself now. Now I
Yeah,
understand.
the sun is kind of photobombing your video.
Oh, he's
Well,
gone.
my only question to him was really like, what is most similar to American football, rugby or soccer?
Sir? Huh? Sorry again. Sorry. Last question again.
What is what is American football the most similar to, rugby or soccer?
Of course, rugby, right? Because it's the same ball, more or less.
All right. You hear me now? Better?
Yes.
It's not that
Yes.
we don't hear you. It was the feedback.
Okay.
But yeah, I think it's okay. So my question was, what do you consider to be most similar to American football, rugby or soccer? Rugby. Okay, so wouldn't it make more sense to call to? Would it be making more sense to have it rugby-fied, the American football name, like rather than football, because it's more similar to rugby?
You know what's interesting about what you're asking is that originally, okay, because I actually read the history of American football. Originally, American football was called rugby football. Okay, originally it was called that back in the late 1800s, early 1900s. They called it that. But when the NFL started gaining prominence in the early 1900s, okay, Americans just kept on calling it football because we liked the idea of associating it only with an American.
He says some blasphemy. That's why we cannot hear it.
Still there? No, I think you
Yeah,
dropped.
yeah. You see, you cannot say things that is against the common law.
Yeah, I think Jay was about
American
to
football
break
is
his own
American
cardinal
culture.
rule there. That was what happened. He was about to break his own
you
cardinal
cannot say
rule.
blasphemy.
You can't say that American football is because Americans want it to be exceptional. You have to get a better one. Otherwise, the communication will break up.
Yeah. You need to make up better stories.
Say that again? Hold on, I didn't hear you. Say that again?
But you're breaking up because you're breaking the notion. You're mentioning that American football is called American football because Americans want that exceptionalism. And then you're breaking up. So you're conducting blasphemy. You're breaking your own cardinal rule, and that's why the communication is breaking up. We are joking, of course.
Okay, all right, but no, I'm saying this is in the history. You can look on the NFL website. It even talks about that. They wanted to differentiate European sports. They just wanted to call it football.
Oh, it makes perfect
Yeah.
sense. I'm not doubting that it's factually correct what you're saying. I'm just saying that we were joking because as soon as you mentioned that, the communication broke up completely. And so Wyatt joked, I say he broke his own rule here. So yeah, the joke is lost in translation because the communication was the joke.
The only reason I can kind of not hear you is because I'm on the freeway right now. I'm sure Mason understands this. In the U.S., we have to have a ticket anywhere.
Yep.
So-
No trains, nothing. Drive
Yeah.
everywhere.
Yeah, you gotta.
go.
That's why I
You should
consider the
focus
US
on
to
driving,
be.
though. You should focus on driving, though. No.
Yeah, I'm driving right now.
Yeah, I mean, drive safely.
I'm breaking a law.
Yeah. Don't break a law. Like
You're
you're
breaking
breaking
the
a law
law
on
On
live.
public television, essentially.
Don't do a drive-by, man. I know we're in America and shit.
No, I'm not gonna drive by. On the freeway, usually you can get away with it doing this because there are very few cops. It's the first of the year, so they're probably all hungover anyways.
Oh, as a
But
foreigner,
you're live
that
on
is very
YouTube,
good to know.
But you're live on YouTube, Yeah, we have 200 weaknesses.
Russian agents and so forth.
Russian agents, yeah.
We got the CIA too.
Yeah, I know. I got my personal FBI agent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do as well.
No, I can tell you what, though, man. I think those agents, man,
Ouch. Okay, Jay, I suggest you come back later when you have a better connection and yeah.
About like 20 minutes from home. I get on my laptop. I'll have to stream. Okay, I'll see you guys in a bit.
Bye. Just remove him because my ears is painful.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we can go back to Ukraine.
Infrastructure investment.
Yes, that's one thing I kind of found. Like before we get to the topic, because it will take us 2 hours anyway. So let's just be frank. Infrastructure, as Jay was just pointing out, I find that to be like an extremely telling way of how the American society is set up. Because for those who don't know the history, it's generally because, like, the short answer is because the automotive industry saw a real threat in public transportation, and so they got together, and so there's and so you can see, like, even the richest, most developed country in the world supposedly is incredibly underdeveloped. It's easier to do, like, when I was in Ghana here last year, and this is supposedly a third world country, bunch of slums and so forth, but it's a lot more friendly of people as well, but it's a lot more friendly just for transportation and so forth. You can easily find, you just go on the roadside and you'll find like someone picking you up in the quattro. But if you're in the United States, I mean, you can't even go to the store. You can walk to the store. You have to kind of get a car usually. From where I have been in the United States, which is Florida, and I know that's not representative, so But I found it telling what
this is kind of characteristic of empires, though.
Yeah, I mean, we're not.
They neglect their own infrastructure as they build it out for propaganda in the colonies, right? Like the United States has more backward infrastructure than Western Europe, and Soviets had more backward infrastructure than Eastern Europe.
And actually, Europe
they put their money onto the front lines.
Well, I don't think actually Europe is doing it that much better if you're looking at Europe as the EU. So, like, if you're looking at each European domestic, they will beat the US hands down when it comes to public transportation. But do try to travel from one country to another without using a plane. Like, I can travel from the Netherlands to France in 3 hours, but if I want to take a train from the Norway to the Netherlands, it will take several days, even though there are ways to go around it. And if you want to go I looked at a train route that went from Amsterdam to Spain, and that took 2 days. But if you look at it, have high-speed trains and infrastructure in place between the countries, then you would be kind of sensible to look at the EU as a connected place. But I'm not sure if that actually pertains to the US in the sense, like why is the connectivity in the United States like it's so poor, right? And in the EU it's also poor, but it's only between the states. Like, is it yeah, please.
Oh, I was just going to say, I think you got to look at like what areas where it's poor at, who's running that area, not to be simplistic, but like what political party is running that area. You look at areas like, I think it was Boston where they had the big dig, and it was this huge tunnel project that was supposed to be like, state of the art. It's going to make, things go faster, more efficient. It went like billions and billions of dollars over budget. And that's not to say that corruption is not widespread throughout the world as far as construction and infrastructure things go. But like in America, we seem to have particular areas that are just more just infected with that. And it's just big. I mean, because think about it. You look at all the money we waste on these big projects like the BS. They're trying to build some high-speed rail bullshit out in California. It's never going to go where anyone wants it to go. And to get to it, you're going to have to drive to use it. So it kind of negates the whole purpose. But it will cost billions and billions of dollars. Certain people will make a lot of money off of it. And in the end, they'll brag it. Like, I have a friend that lives in Japan, and he was showing me pictures of one of the high-speed trains. And then he started showing me like the first-class coach and stuff. And I'm like, that looked really nice. I mean, I don't know how much it costs. Maybe it's comparable to an airline ticket, but maybe it's comparable to like an economy or coach airline ticket, but you're getting first class service on there. So it's like, our problem is we got, like I said before, I think a lot of it is we start projects, then they get multiple administrations involved and it just gets overblown. It doesn't get done. Somebody doesn't like, that. I love high speed rail. So I think that's another problem too, like Wyatt was saying, and like with China and other countries, they have a 25-year plan. It doesn't really matter who's in charge. The plan stays the plan, and they get the plan done, and they have a result at the end. Yeah. Whereas we get stuff done, but maybe more back in our earlier days when it was less bureaucratic. But now it's like, like I say, 3 steps forward, 2 steps back.
I think you're actually answering for the EU as well, because you have so many different interest groups, which, in the US, the economic and financial interest groups there are more powerful than entire countries. And here we are talking about actual countries where the bureaucracy is also kind of, you can call it bureaucracy, but it's also, like you, I think, adequately alluded to, interest groups that are complicating it.
That whole system is just like a huge anchor on any kind of, growth, development, upgrade. It's just, someone's always got to put the anchor on it. It can't just be done because it needs to be done and it has to be done. It's like someone's always got to there's always got to be strings attached, and it just ends up fucking it up. And something that could have took a year to get done takes 5 years to get done.
But it's not really so strange, because a market-based economy is first and foremost driven by scarcity, right? So it has to have a problem it can solve, and if it solves the problem, it cannot make money off it. So like it compounds itself, by itself. If it, considering that the market-based economy is increasingly rendered obsolete as far as due to technological advancements. I don't want to be just.
I think not just that.
But relate that to my mention of empires, right? Like, if you've got consistent change in a multi-party democracy, you're going to have administrations that are in power for at most a decade before they get the bums thrown out, and then it'll be the other party. So these 20-year, 40-year projects, like massive upgrades to the infrastructure, rail system, and so on, that takes more than 10 years to do. So you can agree that you're going to support these things in your allies in the front line. Like Japan has to get it because Japan has to stay ahead of, China, and France has to get it because France has to stay ahead of, Poland. When they're your guys, you help them do long-term things. But in your own country, it's the other way around. It's our friends will lose if the other guy's high-speed rail plan goes apart, so we have to throw it away and replace it with ours when we change administrations. So this plays against investment in domestic infrastructure, but for investment in your forward base countries, like the Eastern Europe used to be for the Soviets and the Western Europe used to be for the Americans. So the end result is that for 50, 60, 80 years of this stuff, you have a seriously degraded infrastructure at the very heart of the country that was supposedly running the empire. And their edges, who've long since broken away, are better off. Like Europe is just better off in this infrastructure respect generally than either Russia or America. Because both sides invested in Europe.
And if you think about it too, after World War II, the massive rebuilding of Europe, there's parts of the United States that got built up and rebuilt since World War II, but if you look at a lot of our interstates and stuff, while Europe was rebuilding and, modernizing, for lack of a better term, after being destroyed, the United States, we built roads, we built more cities, but we probably haven't really upgraded. I live in Louisville in downtown, and we have pipes here that break regularly that are in excess of 100 years old because they're built to last, but now you've got a modern city on top of probably 19th century plumbing, and they're having to come back in and upgrade it and fix it in sections, and it's just a big mess. And it's like, that's stuff they should have continually done over the years, which they don't, and then bites them in the ass.
Yeah, you can't neglect systematic infrastructure for that long. In 1932 to 52, the United States, which was very isolationist at the beginning of that, put all this effort into infrastructure. The Hoover Dam system got built at that time, all the work projects, administration stuff. But they had 20 years of a solidly Democrat administration that believed in public works as the thing and had a monetary system that allowed them to literally generate the money to do public works. And they basically did that. And then in the 50s and 60s, they had enough money to both invest in their allies abroad and to invest domestically. It's only in the 70s that you start seeing the money just doesn't exist. You have to choose one or the other. And it's either we help Japan build a universal healthcare system and a high-speed rail network so that they don't go communist, or we do it at home and then they have that power struggle about who's going to run it at home. So in the end, domestic priorities fall to last, and these imperial-centered countries get hollowed out. And I think it happened to France in the 18th century. It happened to Spain, happened to England, and it's happening now to the it happened to Russians, and it's happening now to Americans. Like the same process, the same overinvestment in your overseas empires' bases and underinvestment in your own domestic peacetime infrastructure and people. And that's underestimating their healthcare and their education, in their literacy and their housing. All those things suffer because you have to keep up your image, at the periphery.
Yep.
Places like Japan and Korea.
Like their solution for the plumbing situation in the downtown is literally they're trying to basically build a new system around, let's say a certain square mileage of the downtown and basically reroute everything around it just to try to ease the burden on these old pipes and old lines so they can get as much life out of them as they can before they have to. And it's like you said, appearances, the roads on top look nice and new when the derby's in town, but underneath it's falling apart. It looks like shit. I mean, if someone went underground, you'd be like, oh, the derby's so pretty. Look at all these thoroughbreds. Go down the street and shit's falling apart and crumbling, potholes everywhere. It's all about what they want you to see. And you're right. I mean, we look good from the outside, but on the inside, it's rotten.
But do you see much support for the war? Like, do you still see like a lot of popular support? Because I sometimes watch Jimmy Dore, and I just didn't watch really the video, but he had a headline like a big anti-war movement coming on, and as far as I understood it, it was actually one of those progressives who used to support Bernie Sanders but left because they didn't think Bernie Sanders was actually progressive. So if you want far left, and then you had someone who was in the Republican Party, and they both got together for this purpose, the anti-war demonstrations. So have any of you Americans come across that, like, or heard anything about the not just a lack of support for the Ukraine war, but an actual opposition to it as well?
I have.
Personally,
I haven't.
No, I mean, I have heard there's a phenomenon that's starting to take root in that group, like Jimmy Dore and other people that are, even though they're on both sides of the party, the term MAGA socialism, MAGA communism floats around because there's aspects of the MAGA agenda that people like, the nationalists, the take care of America, but then there's also the socialist or communist side where you have social programs like maybe some kind of universal health care system, maybe some kind of universal education system. So there's a mingling of these ideas, but I think the root of those ideas is, someone like, oh, that's socialism, that's communism. It's like, yeah, but it's for us. It's only for our citizens. It's not for the world. It's not for, handouts to everybody. So there's a mix of that. Jimmy Dore is actually probably going to run for president. I don't think I could vote for him because we have some differences on some other issues, but I'm open-minded enough that I can see that there's good ideas on both sides. The problem is getting those ideas blended to where they work for the people, and the people that would be able to do that are a bunch of assholes and don't want to do that. So,
can I jump in real quick? Can I jump in one real quick?
You guys.
How you doing?
There's definitely an anti-war movement growing and an anti-support because people are tired of seeing the money just go out the door. And if you're paying attention and you're watching Ukraine and Russia, you're seeing all this money go out the door and there's no tangible results on your investment. I mean, they can tell you whatever you want, but you can go online and look it up and find out for yourself.
Can I jump in real quick on this? There is something that Vaun is describing as known as the horseshoe effect, where both the left and right have wrapped around an ideology so far, or an issue so far, they've met at the back end. It's known as the horseshoe effect, and that's exactly what Vaughn's describing is happening. I'm a MAGA guy. I listen to Jimmy Dore, Garland Nixon. I'm here with Wyatt. By the way, you're going to have a great year, Wyatt. I'm telling you right now. You are
Jackson Hinkle.
I just want to. Yeah. And Wyatt, and what you guys are very important because you're a log of this war happening daily that somebody could actually follow from the beginning without actually knowing. and experience it like we are, because they would have no idea of events other than how it ended. So if you really think of that, these logs that you're doing, Wyatt, are very important. I'm sorry I went on a tangent, but I was trying to tell you this yesterday, but I could never get on. So I'll drop there.
You're putting a lot of pressure on us.
It's
man.
okay. It's okay.
If I can speak.
There's a really simple way to characterize what Vaun and Meddy are talking about, I think, and it's almost like there's a European or almost Scandinavian style of conservatism where even the very right-wing conservative people, religiously and otherwise, but they believe in the public education system and watching it like a hawk and every kid being in it. They believe in universal healthcare systems that work because the rich use them too. They believe in strong nationalism, but they also believe that if you signed a treaty with a neighbor you don't like, you stick to that treaty anyway, because, you know, then your ability to deal with others will be nil, right? So it's
Nobody
not new,
can trust
these labels like MAGA communism or horseshoe. It just means reasonable things that anyone left and right can agree on. I mean, there's always a private sector. I don't think any of us want the government in charge of all art. And there's always a public sector. I don't think any of us want private fire departments hogging fire hydrants to prevent the other fire guy from getting the job. So there's always a correct thing for the public sector to do and a correct thing for the private sector to do. And then there's a bunch of things that are best done by neither. Like, I don't think either of us wants the government or private industry running like Wikipedia or the Red Cross. So there's quite a bit. You know, you got these three sectors: public, private, and commons. And yeah, we all have differences over what should be under control to what should be criminal or whatever. But fundamentally, if you've got a giant boat anchor like the military-industrial complex or the threat of nuclear or biological war sitting on top of you, I think you should at least be able to agree with that is a problem and get rid of it, and then get back to your domestic politics as usual. So in February, when the Libertarian Party and the People's Party both hold a joint demonstration against the war on neocons in Washington, D.C., that will be a really interesting event to watch, especially if people show up that both sides respect, like Garland Nixon, Tulsi Gabbard. Even Tucker Carlson has gotten some respect lately on the left for speaking out against the war and actually being open to truth tellers from the other side coming onto his show. You know, Glenn Greenwald crosses over. You know, he used to be perceived as a big left guy, and now the shitlibs attack him for being, you know, agreeing with the right on anything at all. And so we get this list of a dozen or so people, Matt Taibbi, you know, who can't really be bought by either establishment, and they're building their credibility the right way by agreeing with things that they would have themselves disagreed with 5 years ago. And I think that's the key. How often do you change your mind when you see evidence? If you can, you're probably a journalist. If you're not, you're probably a politician.
Yeah, in the United States, like with Jimmy Dore and the you know, let's just say the right, most people, you know, decent, reasonable people see that there's a common sense blend of both sides that would work for everybody. The problem is the people in charge of implementing that won't. And hopefully that movement is exploited and grows, because that's really the only way we're going to get change, is to get more people like Rand Paul or a Tulsi Gabbard.
I think Jimmy Dore does a good job of breaking false equivalency. Like, yeah, he's good at kind of a, you know, you might be a right winger or a left winger or whatever, but this is not a right-left issue. This is the ruling class screwing all of you. And I think he does, like, it's important to kind of break that false duality that seems to be that you're either Democrat or Republican. Yeah. Like, you know, you cannot say anything about, like, you know, shouldn't the vaccine mandates be, you know, scientifically based? And then, you know, no, but then you're an anti-vaccine racist or something like that. It's totally ludicrous. And he kind of, you know, I'm not saying he's all right and so forth, but he has, but he does. I think what he does is important to nuance the mindset for the American populace, and for that matter, also the rest of the Western world, which tend to consume quite a lot of American media as if they are Americans.
Yeah, if I can, is my volume up now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I can speak back on this issue that the American
one thing to love
is not getting anything out of the war. Does that sound okay? In any case, so this issue that the American public's not getting anything out of the war spending, that's not really true, because the factories that make the ammunition and the M777s and everything else are in America. And those corporations and all the companies that feed them with stock and ammunition, metal and so on, they're all invoicing the Pentagon, and they're all being paid by the Pentagon. And at the end of the day, the money never leaves America. It's called aid to the Ukraine, but what the Ukrainians get is the howitzers and the ammunition.
Are you only listening to Russian radio? When I said that to someone that our aid is not aid, we are investing in Ukraine. They were just saying, are you just listening to Russian radio?
Yeah, but the thing is, if this is what some people call the neocon establishment, but it's actually a lot of civilians. There's a lot of civilian contractors in the US who depend on the Pentagon budget, because nothing else is being done in America. It's all being made in China, and the rest of it. Some of the only industrial facilities and some of the only industrial machining contracts these days in America are ultimately servicing Pentagon contracts. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, because like, you've got to think about what the world would be like if a priesthood came along and said no more guns for anybody. Right? Like a lot of people that want an independent America, they want the right to bear arms, right? They don't want a centralized power telling them whether or not they can have a weapon. And the international community is a bit like this too, right? If America doesn't have factories making munitions for sales to folks who want to use them, well, what is the reasonable alternative? Because is it some sort of theocracy from the WEF where Tulsi Gabbard comes along and tells everybody what they're going to do? Because otherwise you've got to live with a controlled arms market. That's what it means to have the right to bear arms. As an individual, that means you've got people out there making weapons that you can bear. And the international community is a bit like that too. If you want to have free countries, you might actually, like, you know, when you reason it towards its conclusion, you might reason that they're going to have to fight for their freedom, and that means that they're going to have the freedom to produce those weapons. And so if someone's going to be the arsenal of freedom in the world, then that's not necessarily an evil thing, is my point. I mean, it might be, but then again, when you reason towards the alternative, it might not be too. It depends where you freedom.
What is the mechanisms of accountability, though? Like, if you have only one that can have the power and enforce peace.
With a weapon, you're going to be a good shot, see?
Right. Well, I work as a defense contractor in the U.S. I actually work in a factory that produces goods for the DoD. Obviously, I can't get more specific than that, but it's in Bessemer, Alabama. And I would just say this. Sure, if Ukraine, with its non-existent military budget, wanted to buy HIMARS and M777s and multi-million-dollar systems from the U.S., I have no problem with the U.S. selling it to Ukraine. But that's not what's happening. What's happening is the U.S., with taxpayer money, is spending hundreds of billions of dollars to lend, lease, give this stuff to Ukraine.
No, that's not a gift. It's a lend. Now, the question is whether it can ever be paid back. And the answer is only if Poland take over the debt. And why would they do that? Well, because they take over a bunch of territory. So that's how that thing goes. But at the moment, it's not a gift. It's a straight up loan.
I would say you're both correct, because we should remember that the Pentagon is the biggest money laundering machine in the world. And this is typically how it's done. Yeah. So it's like your taxpayer money go in for this, but it's also
you gotta make money clean somehow, man. You need a laundry.
Right. Exactly, and so this is like what the Mason is saying is that he's saying it's a lend lease, and he thinks it kind of ends there. And you're coming with the aid part, which is also true. Like, both are true. It has gone through a lend lease, but then it's sort of laundered back again in the form of aid and debt, weaponized aid, so to speak. Literally, actually, weaponized aid. Oh,
I think.
Can
I say something to what you may be forgetting, that the budget, especially the American budget, does not go directly to Ukraine. For example, the Czech army just several years back ordered the Venoms and Vipers, but in exchange for the T-72s that went to Ukraine, the American government bought extra for free. So they upped the order of Venom and Vipers helicopters and they will like by 10 to 20% more, but they were for free because they were paid by the money that were supposed to go to Ukraine for the help us to pay for the tanks, which
Is that a bribe then?
What?
Would you call that a bribe? Because that's what it looks like to me. It looks like a bribe to kind of keep Czech Republic on the U.S. side.
No, the Czechs they're firmly in that camp.
What's
so they can give something to
the Czech
else.
Republic has to be on someone's side because it's
right,
small of a country.
Unless I misunderstood you, you said that the Czech Republic essentially got more weapons than they were supposed to through
Yes.
this Ukraine aid thingy, right? And so it would be a way to kind of pay Czech to join in the cause of Ukraine, right? That's how I see it, but maybe I'm misinterpreting.
No, because it's better. Because
You
instead of sending HIMARS or Patriots, which are modern technology, which you don't want to give to Russians potentially, because there is a very high chance that someone will sell it under the table because Ukraine. So they actually use the money to buy more helicopters as to compensate for the tanks which went to Ukraine, and of course the Czechoslovak groups
that sounds similar to Israel.
are the main one, which is servicing and repairing all these T-72s, along I think with Slovenia. I'm not sure with Poland, but they're actually there was a horrible T-72 modernization made for the Czech army, which was up to NATO standards, but it was extremely expensive and really not rational. But it got somehow pulled out of the closet full of mothballs, and they actually ordered a lot of them, so they can pull the T-72s from other storages, give them to the company, modernize them, which the modernization is ineffective because our army just ordered 30 and said like, no, this is too expensive and it's useless because it's an old tank. So no amount of modernization can work
unless you get a lot of U.S. subsidy.
Yeah, and that now it is subsidized by the American budget for Ukraine, so they don't have to give the technology.
And then the money goes back to the U.S. arms industry, just like
because
Czech
Republic then goes and buys American arms. Yes,
that's how it works with all of NATO, including Israel. Like the aid to Israel, for example, is basically the Pentagon money laundering scheme again, where they are giving the monies to the Israelis to buy weapons, which of course the money is taxpayer money going to the corporations. And the same would go for NATO. When Trump came to and you guys are lagging behind on your defense budget. Well, NATO has standardized weapons, and that means that a lot of the weapons that any NATO country were to be enhancing themselves with would necessarily benefit the U.S. arms industry again. And as far as I can tell from what you have told me, it seems to be pretty much that, like a NATO-Israel thing. Like the Israel thing is a special add-on because of the Ukraine war. So more money for the modernization, and the U.S. arms industry doesn't really care, because it's just money. And you say it's insanely expensive, but still they would do it because they got American subsidies. That's the line of corruption that I see. But yeah,
I was going to say, and it might be also that it's a dollar amount. Like 10 T-72s is worth X amount of dollars, so they'll give you X amount of dollars in equipment. Because I just saw a story the other day where they said Iran just took delivery. And I believe it said dozens of Su-35s, but I don't know if the Russians would have that many sitting around just to sell.
And also, they did. They were for the sale to Egypt.
One flight, 12 of them. I think.
But I was thinking, it didn't say a price, and I'm like, well, maybe Iran has traded enough geranium drones to Russia that the dollar value equals 12 Su-35s. So instead of getting something else, maybe they said, hey, give us Su-35s. They're like, okay, here's Su-35s. It looks like a bribe, but basically maybe they're just dealing in dollar amounts. Like, hey, you have $100 billion to spend. What do you want?
And also one thing to add on it is that Iranian soldiers were actually training to acquire Su-35s from Russia because they had old aircraft, but they were back from the 1970s, right?
I think F4s, the F-15s.
I think so.
So, I wanted to kind of connect like this point versus because I kind of jumped into to comment on something that Vaun had mentioned earlier. So as we're describing like whether it's like it'll be portrayed as like a charitable donation to or so aid to Ukraine versus a lend-lease program, and then like these sort of NATO like military packages, it's like as time goes on, it's like our government actions they get more and more abstract and disconnected between how they sell it to the public versus what it actually looks like. It almost looks more like they're doing like a special purpose acquisition company or some sort of weird financial, it's almost like some kind of hedge fund or private equity thing, just creating new constructs and moving things around. And I think that speaks to what Vaun was mentioning earlier when he was, there's a really good, he was talking a little bit about like a kind of a Jimmy Dore, that sort of like a MAGA communist kind of thing. And it's like, there's increasing discussion that I hear from people on the right about like patronage and essentially doing away with the idea that like taking all politics as surface level of a competition of all these different values, and then looking at the actions of the politicians as continual just acts of patronage. So sometimes people, they argue about whether or not Trump waiving those $2,000 stimulus checks in like December of 2020 or something, whether it's a good move because it's going to mess up things in the short term, treasury wise, but actually in the long term treasury wise, or the medium term, but in the short term as a patronage move to kind of gain support, and kind of contrasting like when Biden says he's going to pay off student loans and how that patronage generates energy and like builds momentum for your cause, just regardless of whether he actually has to deliver on it or not. And so I kind of just like, if anyone's interested in that, there's a really good podcast, the Good Old Boys podcast, where they talk, I mean, it's like two dudes who are like Southerners on the right, but they really love like Huey Long, and they always talk about how there's a veneer of what we're seeing in politics in the same way that the financial transactions that we're talking about, like Lend-Lease and all this sort of stuff, that under it is like at least from the domestic side, you could think of patronage as this sort of like moving force that actually gets things done.
Yeah, I totally agree. Germany does this a lot. They promise and they deliver like 2 years. Like, why would you deliver in 2 years? The war will be over.
Well, this is what I wanted to bring up is that, a lot of people outside the United States don't know what non-congressional oversight spending is. And these bills are chock full with it. And what happens is this money goes to DARPA. It goes to those projects that Adam were mentioning on the side that they don't necessarily want up in front of everybody's faces, but they know they have to do because of the constraints they are under right now. And, Mason, I was trying to bring something up to you as I worked in the defense industry. Oh, Jesus. I live in New England, so it's all around me up here. A lot of people don't understand, though, to just ramp up and whip up the defense industry in just in munitions alone is a lot harder than people think, because a lot of the products for these parts, for these ammunitions, are subcontracted out all over the place, and you're dependent on all sorts of vendors to be able to deliver to you on time so you can supply the product that goes into assembly that basically builds the missile. And Mason, you know how it can get, and how, where you're building like a small part for, you don't know what you're actually building it for, or at least you're not supposed to know. And that's kind of the thing. A lot of people think it's this big conglomerate of this huge industrial machine. It's not. It's spread out everywhere.
It's extremely,
this is
as
the
it goes
point
down the pyramid, it gets more and more, like, for example, crane brakes at our factory, right? For this major factory, supplying pretty important stuff for the government, crane brakes, we got to wait a month for a part to come from Italy. You see, this isn't 1940 with the arsenal of democracy. This is a backwards industrial system.
Well, it might be, but have a think about this, right? I agree with everything that you guys have been saying, and I was kind of making that point too. A lot of the business of America is making guns, and as you guys say, it's not perfect, and it's not some giant magic factory. But here's something to ponder: you know, coping things said before, everybody in NATO buys the majority of their stuff off the Americans' arms industry. Well, that's largely because no one else can make it. I mean, as imperfect as American industry is, right, you should see it in other places. And so if you're in the market for modern weapons that work on the battlefield, if you're not buying Russian-made stuff, it's because you're buying American-made stuff. And that's actually a reality about supply more than and demand, because there's not many societies that are as technologically as advanced as America. And I'm talking about like at the family level of the machine shop. Americans tend to be able to take apart a big block truck engine and put it back together, and the thing will run a business for their family. You know what I mean? And they've been doing that since grandpa's generation. And they can make machine tools and they can make howitzers. Now, on this issue, I was doing some homework on artillery, if I can take the conversation towards artillery in Ukraine, because I think that's going to be a big deal. It is a big deal, right? We're seeing artillery drills. Well, US have got a military organization in Europe for servicing their equipment in Europe, and it's called US EUCOM. And they have set up a plant in Poland to refurbish artillery barrels. Now, that's really important because there's a total of about 350 artillery pieces, heavy artillery pieces, 155 millimeter, from the West that are in Ukraine. But fully a third of them are out of action at any given time. And the M777s can only take 2,500 shots before their barrels are done, and they start losing range and accuracy after about half that, right? So the US have had to set up a repair facility in Poland because the Ukrainians don't have the machine tools to do 155 millimeter, right? And any machine tools they did have would be hit by a caliber missile. But here's the thing, right? From all reports, America can't even service the barrels they've got in Ukraine at the moment. And this is at a 10-to-1 disadvantage that Ukrainian artillery has versus Russian. And the Americans cannot maintain what they've already given them, which is 150 guns. And that's because they're having to supply the workshop and the tools to do it. If you have a look at Russian artillery supply, their logistics, like they supply the same factories that supply the heavy artillery, they are making new barrels for delivery in 12 months. You know what I mean? And it's all going along rail to the front line. They actually have built their artillery industry around perma-firing. And so this is why when I have a look at what America is having to do to put artillery barrels in the field in Ukraine, it's getting pretty desperate. And that's why they're talking about these new age mortar bombs. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but they're like a rocket assisted mortar, goes 100 kilometers. But anyway, that's what they're talking about giving the Ukrainians now. And I think it's because there's just not the manufacturing capability in Europe to support the NATO artillery, which I think is kind of interesting. America can do it, but unless America starts tooling up to retool artillery in Ukraine, Ukraine's going to get ground into the dirt just on number of shells alone. That's how I read it anyway. And I don't see any artillery barrels in the list of aid from America to Ukraine in the latest lists. There's nothing. There's a bunch of mortars, but there's no barrels.
I'm going to disagree a bit. Not there is not the capacity, the industrial capacity is here. I don't know, but if you saw the parks of the automotive industry here in Czech Republic, in Germany, and in Poland, it's this incredibly huge amounts of industrial space, and all these, if need be, these factories could go and make arms as it was in the Second World War. All these factories, but it is about the political will to change, to transition to wartime planning. So it is a question of money. So if America wants Ukraine to win, they will pay for the industrial capacity.
That's not true. That's just not true. You can't just click your fingers and create an armaments industry, and Europe doesn't have one. I mean, this is why America have had to set up a US EUCOM base to refurbish artillery barrels for Ukraine, right? Because there isn't one in Europe, right? Because these are the facts. These are the facts of what's going on right now.
Toby.
They would like to refurbish more barrels, but they can't. They don't have the machine tools. They don't have the technicians that can.
Skoda produces almost as much artillery ammunition per year as the US does. A Czech company.
Yeah, the Czech company, and you have to understand if you heard about these Slovak guns, the Danas and Czech Zuzanas, all the industry is there. The Czechoslovak what's the name in English? Never mind. It's a conglomerate of arms manufacturers, and they have all the capacity to service those guns. They make so every single.
Sure, they can service their own, but it's not on the same scale, is what I'm saying. Europe doesn't have an established. I'm not saying they couldn't transition towards an arms industry, but at the moment they don't have the tooling to make NATO stuff because America was making it. That was kind of the deal.
Hey, Festus, you need to unmute.
Yeah, I was just gonna say in like reference to like, let's say high level depot maintenance. Like when I was at Fort Knox, we had Boatwright, and that was a place where they could pull tanks in, yank turrets, engines. I mean, they could do major repairs and upgrades. And, that was in 91 to 93. And I would say a lot of it's not that we don't have the capacity, but a lot of that capacity has been mothballed or shuttered and closed down. It's still there, but there's no technicians, there's no people. And, I think we've done that across the board around the world. The United States has probably been playing a game of reducing the support for the line units, but keeping the line units, populated with soldiers so they can say this brigade combat team is, at 95% strength. But the reality is behind the scenes, maybe the repair and maintenance shops are 60-70% strength. Maybe they don't have enough guys. They're smaller bays, smaller amounts of equipment around to use because they have less people. And I think that's part of it because after Desert Storm, we did a major reduction in force, and it wasn't just combat troops, support troops, and then you got to look at reductions in the defense budget. So they close plants down and shutter them, or they reduce their level of operation. So I think it's there. It's just going to take time to catch it up and populate those sites with people that can do the job. But you got to factor in who's running our government.
There's your evil military-industrial complex, Vaun. See, this is the danger of Tulsi Gabbard.
Well, there's a very interesting concept in economics, which is specialization. So basically, America does have the capacity, as DPA, he told once before, that how when the COVID came, America was able to mass produce and export even the COVID vaccines. So the capacity is there. It only is a fact of, is America willing, or Europe willing, to put all of those resources, get yourself on wartime economy to take all of those? Because imagine, you need engineers, you need workers. Where are you going to get them from? You're going to have to take them away from other industries. And what's going to happen to other industries? Cars are going to get expensive. You're going to have to bring industries back from other countries. All the parts that get made in China, they're going to have to be replaced with American or European parts. It takes time. And it takes willingness. It's going to take a lot of money. All of that for Ukraine, I don't think any European country or U.S. Citizen can justify all of that money putting towards it. So increasing the aid beyond this point, I do not think that is possible without really hindering the local life or putting your country on wartime economy.
One problem with that, Aki, is that the United States economy is a just-in-time type of economy where, we get all the supplies we need to make product just as we need them to save on inventory and paying all that money on inventory. And that means, though, when you go into war, you got to kick it up from all the where the ore is pulled to where it's going to get to, into the machine to be fabricated. And the problem is that if you're in a just-in-time economy, You have no stores or buildup at all. All this has to begin just to start the process. And as you're feeding that process, you got to start putting stuff to the side to feed the next cycle that you need. You know what I mean? And it's a really good point that you made. And I think you're right. It's just that there's a lot of complexity to trying to just ramp up something. It doesn't just happen. Ask Mason, where do most of the machining centers that we use come from? They're overseas. How do we get them here?
European.
Yeah.
May I ask all of you?
We use, we use mostly Korean.
Yeah, if I can ask you, Meddy, and Vaun, and Toby, and Mason, and Aki for that matter, and anyone else, like, because as far as I can tell, this seems to be pertaining quite a bit to that the Pentagon failed its fifth and it had only had 5 audits, so it's failed all of its audits, and there are several trillions of dollars unaccounted for. And we're talking about assets, half of their assets, maybe not that much, but it was like they don't know where their tanks are, buildings are, jets are, and so forth. And so, like, for me, it seems like it pertains to all of what you guys are saying. I'm not sure what your thoughts are on that.
One thing I would like to say, I'm sorry, but I just have to go in a minute here, so I just want to say one thing. Is in the terms of production, for all that we've said, I think within a couple of years, the U.S. will be capable of reaching modern wartime production without it having huge impacts on the economy. Because you think if you have an $800 billion budget, you don't have to money launder to raise a new industry. You just spend like $5 billion. All right, separate conversation. But my point is, the reason why that doesn't matter for Ukraine right now is there's been lessons learned from this conflict that people didn't really understand before it happened. And I think the biggest thing is no one has enough artillery or ammunition or anti-air munitions, anything expendable besides small arms ammo. No one has enough of it. So whether it's Japan, South Korea, the United States, any of these big arms suppliers, they're not going to be sending their new batch of artillery shells to Ukraine because all of them are saying, oh crap, our planning for what we need in a war is nowhere near what reality is going to dictate to us. So I don't even think it's just that the U.S. can't produce it. It's the Pentagon is saying, hey, are we going to send another 4 million shells to Ukraine because we can? Or do we look at our own stock and say, well, we've spent 10 years of javelins, right? 10 or whatever years of Stinger missiles. Maybe we send them stuff that we don't need right now. And we keep that and we expand that because China is a little bit more scary than, Russia, to be frank.
Well, if I can go on the tail of that, because that's well said. But one thing I would say is that the money is being loaned. The Pentagon expects to get a return on this money. Now, how that they do, they expect to get a return on it. And there's an economy in Europe that's doing quite well, has done quite well for the last 20 years. It's called Poland. They've got a GDP of $650 billion a year. That's like 4 times the size of Ukraine before the war. Poland is a big economic state compared to Hungary, compared to Ukraine, compared to everywhere around it except Germany. But it's also an up-and-coming state. It's basically got a lot to spend if it wants to. And it could take on debt that Ukraine, quite frankly, can't. Because Ukraine's economy was at a maximum of $200 billion a year, and that was before they were fighting the war in 2014, right? Now they've got half a country and no electricity. They're broke. Now, America and all of the allies will continue to loan Zelensky's regime money in the form of weapons and ammunition, right, for as long as they think it's going to get paid back. And if Poland are prepared to take on the debt because they take on territory, which is how the secession of states treaty works, it's a treaty written in New York between America and England and all of their friends. And it deals with what happens when a state becomes part of another state, right? What happens to the debt of that government? And what happens is the new state takes it on if everybody's happy, right? So the price tag of the Ukraine war, all of this invented money, all the aid that we're seeing, right? That's got a maximum value, not not based on altruism, not based on how many people are waving Slava Ukraine flags. It's based on how much are Poland prepared to pay, right, to pay off that debt. Because the alternative is that it becomes a Russian-friendly independent state, and then it just reneges on the debt, right? And then it's on the American taxpayer. And so that's why I'd ask you to think about like the fact that Russia is going to be heavily influenced to negotiate a land settlement of Volhynia to Poland, because otherwise the Western bankers lose money and the Western taxpayers lose money.
But Toby, I actually agree with you on all of that, but there's one thing I'm kind of struggling to kind of grasp your reasoning on, and because it generally makes sense what you're saying regarding Poland, but there's one factor here, and that is that Poland is a NATO country. So if not, Poland takes Western Ukraine, that is basically an expansion of Poland closer to Russia, which, as far as I have understood it, that is why the Russians have responded the way they did. So would the Russians even accept the Polish there? Like, as far as I recall, the Belarusian president said that if Poland moved into Western Ukraine, they would as well. So that, to me, seems like a fairly clear counter to that Poland would actually be allowed by the Russians to move into Western Ukraine. But maybe
all Poland has to do is echo the same language and sentiment of the Russian position and say things like, we will demilitarize the situation. You know, we're not after a war with Russia. We're not going to tolerate Nazis. That's very easy for the Polish to do, you know. And at that point, and we'll take on the debts of the Ukrainian state and call bygones be bygones, right? Hungary will chip in with taking their bit back. Romania will try and get Moldova.
But I mean,
right?
is the trust there? I mean, they're considering Merkel's
It's not a question
statement
of
on
trust. It's a question of shared financial interests. Like at some point, the people are going to want to stop the war, both in Europe and in Russia, right? And this is the peace that brings peace, right? Because Russia, all it is undoing Ukraine, undoing the Soviet project of Ukraine. Because until the Soviet communists, everybody's dear friend, right? Until they came and dreamt up Ukraine after the Second World War and took bits of everybody's countries who lost the Second World War, right, against the Red Army, and they took bits of Poland and they took bits of Hungary and they took bits of Romania, big bits, right? And they also took bits of Russia, right? And they made this Frankenstein monster that the Soviet communists called Ukraine. And is it any wonder that everybody in that region, right, when they're talking at the private dinner table is like, yeah, let's tear this monster to pieces. Nobody cares about Ukraine, no one, especially not Ukrainians, right? Least of all Ukrainians. And that's why I think that's one of the reasons it's been such a disaster of a country in the 20th century. And that's why corruption has been so bad there, right? Because I don't think there's any love of that state because it's a communist project. And I think most people would rather go somewhere else. And the weird thing is that most Ukrainians would rather go to Europe, even the Russian ones, right? That's the big lie. That's the big lie the Russians tell themselves, is like that all the Russian ethnic Ukrainians want to be part of Mother Russia. And it's like, nah. No, they'll be checking on an SS badge if it gets them an EU passport, buddy. That's just the facts, right? Because they're all sick of being poor, which I totally understand as well.
Yeah, it's just question of how you dress it up. It will be the partition of Ukraine. We may talk about it like Russians.
That's what's happening here,
in
right?
all logical way.
The
European Union will and NATO will just dress it up as helping and right to self-determination. It will look. They will
have a party. There'll be songs.
They will make it look good for the general population.
It'll be great. There'll be peace.
And one more thing to add on that is that I keep on seeing this in the news that like if Putin was gone, the world would be been a better place. I mean, like if they were fantasizing of them killing Putin and thinking that the world would probably be over. But I've been seeing a lot of the politicians in Russia, even if itself, they're like a lot harder than Putin himself, because the other parties are like kind of criticizing Putin for not taking this war seriously and to be a little more harder in Ukraine just to end the conflict as soon as possible. I don't know. That's from
two things I'd just like to say is one about Russia having a problem with Poland moving into Western Ukraine, Lvov or Galicia. Honestly, at this point, I don't think Russia will say anything if Poland does it. That's just me. Because if you look at what Putin's been saying, what other people have been saying, I mean, Putin quoted an early 1900s Russian recently with the quote, "If you attach Galicia to Ukraine, you will lose it for Russia." I think it's pretty clear. If Poland takes Galicia, Putin isn't going to care. I think he's going to see that as a godsend, that, hey, they're undermining their own position in the West, right? These people in Western Ukraine definitely do not want to be part of Russia. Literally no one debates that. Everyone recognizes that. West Ukrainians do not want to be part of Russia. There'll be nothing but a security risk. So basically what it would be is just a cap on the end of the Ukraine situation. To me, that's, if I was Putin and I saw Poland moving into Western Ukraine, I'd just be like, all right, we've got them by the, by the whatever. It's over. That's how I would see it.
Mason, I think you Mason, I think you bring up a good point, because look at it throughout history in the western part of the Ukraine. I mean, I'm talking back to World War II. I mean, there is no way that Putin or the Russians are going to go in and subdue the West without the constant headache of there being partisan warfare in their background at all times. They know it never ends good. Look what happened in Afghanistan. Once you're in that part where you cannot totally control the area you're in with the will of the people who live there, you're never going to survive there. Your ass is eventually going to get kicked out. Because it's just too much treasure and blood will be spent there.
Amount of people. The only way to work those kind of occupations are staying there for so long that people just accept it, or literally committing war crimes, and Russia can't do either one of those.
Right.
So it's just it's not something possible. Anyway, I have to go. Everyone have a good day. Happy New Year's.
Thank you, Mason.
Happy New Year's.
Oh, Happy New Year.
I just have to leave, but I'll be back. Thank you very much, Wyatt. And guys, you guys are awesome. I hope I can catch you a little later on.
Yeah.
I think on that issue,
button.
Nice call.
Ukraine
nice
could be repopulated by whichever side ends up with the territory, because it's lost a lot of people as refugees.
China.
Both sides have got tens of millions of people who they could relocate.
The refugees are here. The Czech Republic is the country which took the most refugees, divided by the population.
Russia took the most.
Yeah, I saw Russia took the most.
In Europe, yeah, it was like 4 million Ukrainians.
It's kind of interesting that you don't think first of the Russian side of that equation, because since 2014 there have been millions of people made refugees who fled to Russia. And it's kind of interesting the way that is just not registered in the Western press, because that's a source of grievance in Russia. That, like literally millions of people were forced out of their homes by shelling and the rest of it. And the world did not care. They just did not care.
It was going on from 2014.
What's interesting is that when they go in another European country, they have to live as refugees. But if you go to Russia, you're given a Russian passport. You can live as a Russian citizen. So that's one big difference that you have with other countries. So I'm from Canada. It takes them years to become a permanent resident, years and years to settle in the country and have the same rights. In Russia, you just go and you get all of the rights a Russian citizen have. Right now, when the war started, all refugees were getting 10,000 15,000, 10,000 rubles, every one of them. So that's
well, I can predict, like if I was going to make a dark prediction about 2023, because I'm a student of mercenary warfare and history, I can and also the mood in Russia right now, I can see the Russians ethnically cleansing central Ukraine of all the pro-Western people, which is like nearly everybody, and forcing them as refugees into Europe. And I can see them doing it for a couple of reasons. One is strategic. It creates a huge problem for Poland and all the other supply channels trying to supply the war front. Two, it makes it much easier for their commanders if they don't have to worry about the loss of civilian life that's still there. It makes life much easier for your infantry and artillery and armored commanders. But also, because like the land of Ukraine belongs to whoever occupies it at the end of this, right? And they get to repopulate it. And if you go back all the way to Roman times and Caesar's legions, what did Caesar's soldiers want when they retired? They wanted farmland, right? And all of the officers in the Russian army, you guarantee, just like all of the officers in the Ukrainian army were promised shares in the Western companies that were going to get all the land once they'd ethnically cleansed the Russians, I can see the Russians doing exactly the same thing, just ethnically cleansing Ukraine of anyone who hasn't already left, and then just giving it back to whoever wants it. Retired soldiers, like everybody who was a refugee for a start, right? But then also like lots of retired soldiers, lots of army captains, give them big farms there to occupy it and Russify it. And if you think this hasn't happened, have a look at the country of Moldova, because the country of Moldova used to be 100% ethnic Romanian Catholic. You have a look at the demographics of that place today. It's over 50% Russian Orthodox. And that's because that entire region that we call Moldova was basically given to the officers of the Red Army Corps after the Second World War. And that's what I can see happening in Ukraine at the end of this. I think and this is why also I think the Russians would agree to give Lvov and Volhynia to Poland, because they'll recognize that they will have to have somewhere to put all of the refugees that they've ethnically cleansed from central Ukraine. So hopefully that doesn't happen, but if that's where the artillery goes, like through central Ukraine, that's what's going to be the result.
So you mean like
there won't be a guerrilla war. There won't be a guerrilla war because there'll be no water, there'll be no buildings. It'll just be
but
burning.
I mean, you can't just in the age of internet, you can't just ethnically cleanse people, because if you just go the way with the
heaps of people do it. They do it all the time. What do you think war is? Like, since its inception, war is all about ethnically cleansing. You can put a nice lens on it if you want, but show me the war that hasn't had ethnic cleansing at its core. It's fundamentally about who owns this territory, and the other people can get lost. Right? That's to a very large extent, that's what pays the bills of war as well.
When you say ethnically cleansing, what are you talking about? 30,000 killed? 50,000?
No, not genocide. Genocide is when you kill a population, right? And that people get excited when they talk about, the Ukrainians were trying to genocide the Russians in Donetsk. They were not. They were trying to drive them out. They weren't trying to kill them, right? Went to great pains to try and not kill them, actually, and drive them out. But driving people out is ethnically cleansing, right? It's getting rid of them. It's chewing them off.
If you put it this way, then yeah.
To where you kill people, and that's considered a very great crime against humanity, because you don't need to do that, right? If it's bad enough to ethnically cleanse,
but
right? Because you're basically saying to those people, we don't care what happens to you.
What most people imagine, you have the Balkans, the ethnically cleansed, so it means that the soldiers will come to a village and they will start just shooting people. So they will go into the house and shoot everyone in it. That's the general definition of ethnic cleanse. It's not like it's like
that's killing everyone is a genocide.
What Toby is referring to is more similar to what the Israelis did in Palestine when Israel was created, where they would try to attack a city or a village or whatever from all sides except one, and that was the opening for the Palestinians to flee away. So no matter what fighters would be there, they would still be shelling straight into civilian areas because there were fighters there, so they could legitimize it in that way. But by leaving that opening for the civilians to flee, they essentially booted them out of the villages. And we know the story now at this point. But that would be ethnically cleansing. The Israelis didn't go in and just massacre all left and right like the Nazis did. They instead used pretty real intimidation that would any reasonable person would run away. And they did so intentionally in order to kind of get the land available for their population. And I think I got that right, no?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Has anyone else noticed how much I've noticed something, and I think there's starting to be a change in the attitude of the Russian military. I don't know if anyone else has noticed that Povorkin, the guy that runs Wagner, he's been releasing a lot of videos of him going out to the field and visiting his fighters and regular Russian troops and basically giving them patriotic, pick-me-up speeches. And I've seen videos from Wagner guys and probably some Russian, but I can't say they're regular Russian army, so I'll just say they're Wagners. They're starting to talk more and more about giving our men the leeway to make decisions in combat and have the support they need and the tanks they need. And when they call, they want something. And I'm starting to see them, we talk about how controlled they are and how you got to call the radio guy to get permission, to ask for permission, to get permission, to ask for permission. And it seems like they're trying to westernize, like they're adapting to this battlefield. They're realizing they can't be centrally controlled. You can't just send these guys on a mission. You've got to give them the ability to adjust their tactics as the battlefield is changing in front of them. And I've seen several videos where there's a guy, he's dressed as a, Father Frost. He shoots a PKM. And his wish for Christmas is that the men are led by good leaders. They're supported well. The bureaucracy is eliminated and they get the things they want and they're allowed to make more tactical decisions in the field. To me, that's a pretty specific list to come from some random Russian dude on TikTok. So I think that there's a sea change that's taking place. Maybe it's starting in the special forces and the higher end troops, and it'll trickle down to the ratniks, or maybe it's just across the board. But I think, and then you look at some of the tactics that they're doing right now with the heavy emphasis on taking out drones and air defense. I think something's getting ready to happen, and I think there's a big change coming in the attitude of the Russian army and how they fight. And I think there's signs are there, and I think there's going to be some pretty, depending on what side you're on, big surprises.
Also, it's very interesting
from both sides.
It's very interesting that they have finally started to hit to shell the hotels and stuff to the guys helping out from other
They're really
countries
going after. They're really going after that support structure, and it's like it just, like I said, the impression I'm getting from these regular, enlisted guys is like, hey, give us what we need to fight and let us go fight, and we will give you the results you want. We're the professionals. Let us go do our job and trust us to do the job. Like in the American military, me, even as a private, I'm entrusted with responsibilities, and obviously it would depend on the mission, but if there was 4 of us and we had to go do something and 3 of them died and I could still do it, I would be expected to do it. And if I didn't do it, I might get in trouble. I might not get in trouble. Whereas in the Russian army, it's like, you were supposed to do it. You didn't do it. So now you're going to get shot. They're definitely changing that. I think they're going to be a lot more flexible on the battlefield. They're going to be, making changes in real time like we do, or we should. I mean, obviously the Ukrainians are trained to the NATO standard, but they're not adapting or executing that very well. And I think the Russians are.
Vaun, I think you're making a good point, but the reason is that it's a special military operation, which means that by Russian law, they can only have volunteers. They can't send conscripts. They can't send people doing national service. So this whole thing is a bit like an experiment with professional military by Russia, because it'd be the first time, right? They fought Afghanistan with conscripts, where people being told what to do or else. This is their first real experience of copying the American way of doing business. Yeah. Also, remember that every Russian military company has got very close contact with machine tool operators and military experts from the US, because the US invested heaps into the Russian armaments industry in the 2000s, right? And a lot of people, a lot of engineers from Raytheon, a lot of engineers from Lockheed, and a lot of ex-military contractors are employed by the Russians' armaments industry to talk about manufacturing techniques for weapons. But they also talk about management techniques and all these things Vaun has been talking about, the backbone of the professional army, lowering the level of decision-making, putting more trust and training into the people. And I think that a lot of that from the Russian side is probably rubbing off from the industrial side. Because when I saw the Russians and Americans working together, there's lots of actual work being done. So Russians are meeting a lot of ex-military machinists, logistics guys, and the rest of it, and they're learning a lot. They're learning about modern warfare and professional armies. So they'll be getting very good at what they're doing.
Yeah, and I think it might be a mix too. It's like because these guys are veterans and they're professionals, maybe they're allowed a little more leeway and freedom to speak. And also, I think it's a good sign that they feel like they can speak out and say, hey, you know, I'll do the job you want me to do, but you need to do this, this, and this for me. And if you can't, then don't expect results that you like if you can't support me the way I need to be supported. The fact that a guy's able to say that to the Russian high command and not get hauled off is, you know, that's, I just wonder if our analysis in the Western intelligence is picking up on this change and the potential that it would have to make the Russians fight even more effectively if they are, you know, decide to just let their professionals do their job and not interfere, like making, you know, every little decision has to be run past somebody instead of just letting, hey, this is here, it needs to be destroyed. Okay, just get it done. I don't care how it gets done, just make sure it's gone by the end of the day. That's kind of how Wagner operates, and it seems like the Russian military is getting a little bit more of a free hand. And it might not be apparent until there's a large offensive or maybe some kind of breakthrough where there's a lot of action. But I just think that's floating out there.
I think it seems apparent considering that the Wagner is kind of increasingly being spotted on the media as having a presence in Africa, in particular. Yeah. I just recently watched an interview here with I forgot his name, Viad Kershad. Anyways, he kind of showed like he tried to explain that the thing about Wagner is that there are only a few hundred of them in North Africa, and NATO is making a big deal out of it, as if that is the reason that thousands of French troops were driven out. No, they were accused before Wagner arrived as actually causing the problems they were supposed to solve. And here Wagner comes in a very small, and they get a whole lot of publicity. I mean, a lot of publicity from all sides. And some hail them as, oh, this is a big threat. The Russians are taking over Africa or something. And someone say, like, oh, finally, now Africa has someone who can actually, now they have like a playing hand, not just the West, for example, or just China. They can actually have Russia, which would be a more natural ally for Africa because unlike the US and Europe and China, Russia is already resource sufficient. Like they don't really need to be trying to economically coerce the African states in order to get something. They really like. So I think what you're saying there about Wagner is going to be like a bigger. Like I think it's already on the roll. And what you're stating, where there's more, shall we say, direct demands from the government, is more like the undercurrents now surfacing.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that, you know, maybe people are in their high command are seeing what works, and they're going to go ahead and start implementing what works. Because I mean, we can say what we want about Wagner, but from the beginning of the war till now, they're probably the only unit that has consistently either held their ground or advanced. Everyone else has withdrawn or been beaten back, or, you know, yeah, the Russians have had advances, but I mean, Wagner's been like probably the only consistent unit in the Russian, you know, operation. As far as what they're.
Did you see that film they made? Did you see that film, that promotional film they made?
Oh yeah, they're great. I mean,
it's so full on.
our military should.
They all die. Come join us. We all die. You know.
But you guys have any speaking of which, I just came to remember the thing about the Wagner recruiting a bunch of prisoners. Like, how is that? Have you guys seen how? Because I haven't really noticed that on sit reps or anywhere else. Like, how are they conducting on the battlefield, or are they even actually how are they employed?
I've seen them use as stormtroopers, and I've seen them. The ones that survive, they get their pardon, they get their medals. Some of them are missing legs and arms, so they paid a heavy price. But I've seen videos of guys talking about what they're doing and how they're proud to do it, and they're happy to do it. You know, whether it's propaganda or not, they definitely stay on message as far as they've bought into defending the motherland, and that they defend the interests of Russia. And they're the line between the degenerate West and the family at home. And they play that shit up hard. They play that shit up hard, and they live it. I mean, they put out the image that they live that life.
So would you say that it's likely they would put out that image with using convicts again to retain that image?
I mean, think about it. When you see those guys in the videos, they're all decked out in their gear. Their faces are covered. So unless they say they're a prisoner that got hired by Wagner, you wouldn't even know. And some of the guys do say, hey, I was a prisoner at, labor camp K5, and I'm so glad to be here. The brothers are working hard. We work hard. They give us tasks. We complete them.
I just find it amusing I just find it amusing how you're pointing out like the propaganda, which I have kind of noticed.
I mean, it sells. It sells. I mean, think about it. You're selling. You come work with us. We're going to protect. You're going to protect your families back home. Yeah. You're going to protect
against the degenerate West with criminals. Like I would want. It would be interesting to have a Russian coming on and like what would be their take on that type of propaganda? Because that's like a typical contradiction.
Have you guys saw pictures of Russian missiles carrying wars of like Russian missiles like just last night they just carried a missile attack on Ukraine, and one of the missiles said Happy New Year.
I was wondering if they were going to drop those incendiary shells like on Kiev or something just to fuck with them.
They were trolling too.
The Ukrainians were writing messages on the mortar shells as well.
And they were blurring the messages. I don't know why, but I thought they might just wanted to show them just to show them how evil Russia is, but they just blurred the messages.
Yeah. I would also expect that, but they didn't. But at the same time, have you noticed like when the Ukraine kind of throws lobs missile over the Russian border, it kind of becomes like, oh, they're so heroic.
Manny, are you referring to the Russian AIM-120 NASAM missiles?
Oh yeah.
Evil Russians, man.
Yeah.
Those evil Russians using the surface to air missile though.
I saw somebody had a picture of I guess it was a piece of the NASM, and it said, like it was in English, and it said, this side up, and they're like, this is a Russian missile. It was like perfect English.
They forgot to blur the word lift, LIFT. They blurred everything else, but they missed out one part.
Yeah, why are they blurring everything else? Like I thought it was just to show how evil Russia is. So
and it was very poorly blurred. It was very poorly blurred. Like people can tell that it's being blurred. Like
I mean, I don't know any Russian cuss words, so I wouldn't be offended if I can't read it.
Hey, have you guys heard of the ground? Have you guys heard of this weapon system? Have you guys heard of a weapon system? It's called the Ground Launched Small Diameter Bomb, GLSDB. Because this is the new thing this is the game changer, right? This is going to be the spring of 2023 game changer for Ukraine. So these things are kind of being cobbled together out of parts that America has a lot of, including rocket engines. And it's basically like a big rocket-assisted mortar that will glide for up to 100 kilometers, right? So the big debate is, do we let Ukraine have this because they could then strike targets inside Russia, right? But this is what's being talked about. It's like basically a big ass mortar, right, with a rocket engine that they've stripped off old rockets and put on it. But here's the thing: these things are controlled with their gliding fins with the Link 16 system. So they're GPS controlled. So they're linked right into Langley's weather early warning satellites, so they can see everything, right? So these things are really accurate mortar bombs. They cost about $40,000 a shot, which is actually cheaper than the laser guided M777 long range artillery, right? Which doesn't come near that range. So these ground launched, I'll give you this is the big thing. Ground launched small diameter bombs. This is going to be the new big thing. You trust me on this.
Isn't
it's
there
going to be
like
the game changer?
It sounds like an expensive barrel bomb.
With rocket
sounds like a
engines
really good barrel bomb, man. It's GPS guided.
Yeah,
some little
Erwin
smurf
talked
in
about it in
Langley
his video.
putting it right on the dude.
Yeah. No, I mean, I just don't see how something like that's going to make a big difference. I mean, you'd have to have enough of them just to pound a specific target. Then you'd have to have the assets there to punch through going the other way. I mean, I guess it's a way just to test out new systems and see if they work and what they'll do.
But then Toby mentioned that it was like a patch up of all different kind of parts. So maybe everything is more a matter of assembly, which sure, it's also a challenge, but I would just imagine, without being an industrial engineer, that it is significantly more easier to just simply patch together and have mechanics work on it than it is to restart an entirely new system.
From what I read, it read like a really bad idea, but like blue sky thinking shit. It's like, let's send them this, because like the context is because we don't have any artillery barrels left, right?
Perun has said
the old
something in
guy
his
that
video
used to
about
know how
this.
the machine worked to make him, well, he just died of old age. So, and you know the children are on TikTok. So let's try.
And that's one advantage Russia has, because I mean they've had the same main gun caliber since the '60s, so they don't have to. They got plenty of ammo laying around. They probably got plenty of spare barrels laying around just because they make them all the time back in the day. And
all the ammo's gone back.
Every time we get a new system, we mothball and deactivate the old system. So it's like, we can't even pull out M60s. We probably can't even use the ammo from them, even though it's a 105 round. I mean, the same guns we used in World War II, we don't. Russia puts them in storage. Yeah, maybe they need a little Cosmoline and some TLC, but they could pull them out and use them. Any guns we had from Vietnam, whatever, they're probably rusted out or sitting in front of a VFW. It's like, that's one advantage they have. I mean, they've got plenty of stuff laying around to use.
To be fair,
Soviet ammunition is all garbage. Hey, like I was reading about this, the Russian government are actually spending, ever since 2014, they've been spending unbelievable amounts of money to try and refurbish old ammunition, because all the Soviet ammunition is garbage, right? It's like some of it's just really badly made because it was made in the Soviet Union. And when the new sort of professional Russian artillery, they said in the end, we're not using this. Don't send us boxes of this when one shell in a box might work or it might blow up in the gun. So since like 2014, the Russian government has been spending more money refurbishing old shells than they have been buying new ones. And I think their shell production before the war was about 1.5 million a year. And half of that was coming from refurbished shells. So there's millions of Russians out there fixing all the old Soviet artillery. But apparently, from what I read, a lot of that Soviet stuff was just junk. Hey?
Wait, was
like
that
just would have blown up in the guns and was just like really badly made?
Wait, was that the main reason why Russia didn't invade Ukraine during 2014?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
probably. Maybe. Right.
Maybe.
I've heard other guys on this channel say that, and I think they're probably right. That's why Russia didn't move then. They weren't ready. They militarily weren't ready.
Because 2014 was a very different time. Russia is, although Ukraine is super weak, but Russia's economy is too tied up with the West. They are not ready for the sanction that they are getting now. So if they hit by the sanction they have now, then I think Russia economy
would have been way worse than they would expected. So
they spent 7 to 8 years collecting gold. They diversifying away because they got sanctioned anyway, but it was not very, very heavy. So they already started to prepare for the eventuality of such sanctions, which is why the sanctions today, it doesn't hit it so badly. So Russia knows its weaknesses, I guess.
Yeah, I was just going to say that it's pretty clear that, when it came to strategic planning, that the Russians read the tea leaves better, because they were always getting fucked with sanctions. They're always being threatened with sanctions. So obviously they've been stockpiling in lieu of the sanctions hitting them, because, like you were saying, why the sanctions have hit. There were some hiccups in the beginning, but overall it hasn't really had the effect. And it's probably because they spent the last 10 years stocking up on whatever they thought they needed or making other arrangements with other countries. So when it does hit, it doesn't have the effect that we thought it was going to have, which, like you said, if we had done it 2014, maybe they'd still have the Crimea, because really I think that was probably the biggest operation Russia could do at the time, and they pulled it off. But we don't even know what units they used or anything, so it's like it might have been the best they had to cobble together, and that's all they had, and that was all they could pull off back then.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I had a question actually, but I want to refer to the super chat where it was a question regarding we were asked of our opinions regarding the Ukrainian missiles flying into Belarus. Yeah, there you go, that one.
I think it's a combination of just old missiles. I've seen some people talk about it burns off at weird angles, and they spin out of control, or they're purposely trying to provoke them. But I'll give them the benefit of the doubt and say that it's just bad rockets here and there because they're using so many. They're eventually going to find the bad ones and try to fire them. Unless
Yes,
somebody shows me
Belarus-
something else, I'll say it's an accident for now.
Yes,
But if you're
Belarus
kinda
say
far
that
away
it's
from,
intentional. Yeah, Belarus
Yeah,
say
'cause-
it's intentional.
It's
I
just
think
like Poland and the S-300 that fell in Poland. They really didn't do anything. So
Yeah.
the same
I think-
situation, right?
I think
No,
it's
because
true.
Poland won't
Belarus
necessarily
is
be
defensive.
baited as easily as Belarus. I'm thinking like it might be more likely that's intentional with Belarus than with Poland, because well, Poland was obviously for Article 5, but that would obviously not happen. And then, but the Belarus that could be more likely to bait them in, except because they seem kind of poised to all the time, and they wanted to make that happen in order to perhaps get even more support, since they have now over 10 months probably entrenched themselves fairly well across the border. And this thing about an accident, it's maybe I'm just lacking in knowledge here, but to me it sounds like it's far too away from the front to kind of. I know they get striked over in the western side as well, but yeah, to me it seems more. If I were to make a bet, I would be on the other side than Vaun. Vaun would give them the benefit of the doubt. I would lean more to the side of it. It could be an accident, but more likely intentional.
I think it's intentionally, but for different reasons. I think what they want to do is, in my opinion, I think they want to probe to see how the defenses in Belarus are, because if Russia does attack from Belarus, they could get into a little bit of territory to cut off the supplies. I think they're checking the defenses. That's my opinion.
The Ukrainians is very funny. They say that you say that this is our missile, so you should allow our investigator to go to the site to investigate. I was like, what? So I thought the Ukrainians have a very good sense of humor.
I'm of the opinion that it was probably an accident, but the Belarus will not enter the war. The Belarus is too important for dodging the sanctions for Russia, so they'll keep the Belarus on the semi-neutral side. And of course, I heard that the S-300 rockets, which I did 9M98 or whatever, some number, they are pretty unreliable. And for example, if one or two batteries try to shoot down the same target, there is a high chance that the self-destruct mechanism will not work. So the rocket will just continue flying in the direction which it went last. So it's pretty easy to have the rocket, the anti-air rocket, to just fly off to a random site, because it was chasing the cruise missile that it tried to shoot down. And of course, if it was a modern Russian cruise missile, they do evasive maneuvers. So the cruise rocket, the cruise missile, tried to dodge the anti-air defense, and the anti-air defense was widely maneuvering to hit it. So it is pretty easy for it to end up in Belarus.
Adam, just now you say that Russia is using Belarus to dodge the sanctions. Can you explain more? How do they use it to dodge? How do they use Belarus to dodge the sanctions?
From what I heard, including the business I work in now, the sanctions on Russia are different than the Belarus. You can do business with normal stuff. The Belarus is sanctioned only in the military. It is not like and some limited machining tools, as you call it. So it's advanced things, but you can still export and import, for example, wood, so furniture, fertilizer, and all these basic things are not under sanctions from Belarus, because it's too important, especially as you all talked about the fertilizer. So Russia then can ship their fertilizer to Belarus, mix it, so it technically is Belarusian, and they can sell it to Europe. And the same thing with Kazakhstan. There is a lot of partners that just moved from just on technicality, they moved from Russian Federation to Kazakhstan, and now you can do business. So from what I heard, it was a bit dramatized, but Kazakhstan company buys chips for smart fridges or smart dishwashers. They build like 10% of them. They use 10% of them use for the dishwashers or fridges, and then the remaining 90% goes to Russia, and then they are used as programmable processors, and they normally can use them in the cruise missiles or ballistic missiles because it's a universal computer, and if you have a little bit of knowledge, you can reprogram it. And so all these states next to Russia that are not directly sanctioned, they are used to dodge sanctions this way.
And isn't it funny that both sides are on it? That
Yeah,
even the ones that are putting on the sanctions, they don't want to keep it themselves, so they're using every single means they can to kind of dodge it. And really, what ends up happening is them getting exactly the same situation as they had, but paying way more, and then pushing, of course, the cost over to the general population. So yeah, that's nice.
Look, we reached the end of 2022, right? So there's a lot of annual data that's come in. So, for example, Russia sold $180 billion worth of oil in 2022. Just saying, you know,
did you say 180 billion?
That's just oil. That's not gas. That's not coal. That's not weapons. That's not agriculture. That's not anything else. That's just one line item of oil. Yeah. And that was when they were under a year of the most punitive Western sanctions, right? So the Russian economy hasn't even like slowed down one little bit. The other thing is, like, all of the Western nations got together with this price cap, and they came up with a price cap of $60, which is actually more than the market price of oil right now. So, like, you know, either the whole thing is just totally disingenuous. Like, these people really don't care. They're just going on television to make a speech, to wave the Ukrainian flag, but like nothing that I've seen is actually having any real effect. I really doubt the international support for Ukraine. Like, when it comes down to brass tacks, nuts and bolts, when I have a look at the number of artillery barrels being committed, when I have a look at the sheer amount of money that's being thrown around, it's not very much. There's really not very much supporting Ukraine. I don't see how they have a very good 2023. And Russia, meanwhile, you know, I tune out when I hear about sanctions, because I look at the economic data, and it's like, well, if that's what you can do with your best sanctions, then they don't work. You know, what else have you got?
Also, another anecdotal evidence. I talked to some really far relative, and he owns, I'm not sure, I don't remember, a logistics company, and they also sell, I'm not sure if this was machining tools, it was something a bit different, but what they had a lot of customers in Russia, and suddenly there was like 2-3 months of uncertainty, and suddenly there is someone who in Germany who will buy them. So they actually think they still do make them in the same specifications as for the Russian customers. They just sell them to Germany, so that their truck will drive them to Germany, unload them, and somehow they disappeared. And just there is probably Germans are circumventing the sanctions and then just shipping them to Russia somehow. But
the terrible thing.
Yeah, but because where there is money, actually, no one cares really.
EU officials is watching this stream and then praying, Adam, stop speaking, stop telling everyone our secrets.
Oh no, but I'll add to that, because I find this also reminiscent of the COVID. Like, you can take a real crisis and then exploit it, like, for everything else, and this is pretty much what they did during COVID. The COVID was real; it was lethal to a segment of the population, but they implemented so many ways, like the money printing, for example, right? And then we can go on with that. That's a pretty big tangent, but the whole thing here with the Ukraine war, it seems very much the same. I mean, we had our our own little oligarch here in Norway, he gained 26 billion crowns. That would be like, I don't know, like $2.6 billion extra profit. And that's extra profit. This constituted more or less more than 10% of the national export of the old exports, as far as I could tell, which was about 20-something billion dollars. Or maybe they were referring specifically to the oil industry, in which case that too had a 66% boost, yet the general population would have to deal with price hikes, even though we are fully self-sufficient. We are exporters, after all. So it's like, it's the money grift is like extremely big, and it's I find it so peculiar how you cannot, like, when these spectacles arises, like the COVID and like this war, you cannot actually point out to the corruption occurring in your own country or the failures of your allies necessarily, without it automatically being put into like, oh, are you supporting the enemy? And then it's like, no, it's like, oh, you're a commie? No, it's like, this is just against corruptionist ideologies, and this is kind of testering into, and it shuts down the conversation completely. And that, I think, is like a streak of genius from the media, because notice that it's fairly simplistic, superficial, self-contradictory very often. However, it spans all spheres, right? The only counter would be RT maybe, which is banned, right? Like, you see how scared they are of external influences, because they are now like the old style propaganda, where back in the day you would just shut off the radios from other countries, and the propaganda would be like relentless on your own population. Now it's more like you have most of the world's media companies and corporations being so consolidated that you can see, like, this is a meme basically. They're taking one headline that comes from one news source, and then they patch together like 20, 30, 50 different others, and they're all repeating verbatim exactly the same thing.
I completely agree.
Yeah,
I'll add something to it. For example, this is my personal experience, but most people, like 70-80% people here in Czech Republic, are pretty not concerned about the war. It's like, okay, it isn't just another war. It's a war about resources, partially, and about ethnic tensions, like always. You just where you draw the borders. Oh, that was the word I was looking for. Borders. I even talked to some Ukrainians recently, and they agreed this is about borders, because the borders were drawn artificially, and most of Europe, the borders were drawn along the ethnic lines. For example, after Second World War.
Yeah, if the borders from Ukraine was drawn like more of an ethnic border or anything like that, it would probably be
more along the administration lines than
I find it like a less extreme version of Yugoslavia. Like, it's less factions it's more like like just binary rather than like so many in the Balkans, right? But Yugoslavia is kind of like I try to kind of tell people sometimes that you have to keep in mind, if you have a nation where you have such a large segment of the population, and you can see it like pretty much right at the border, where they have the support for certain kind of, like, you don't have a united country, and this concept of keeping it together is just as real as keeping Yugoslavia. And most people would be like, but because the reason I mentioned Yugoslavia is because, at least where I'm from, the breakup of Yugoslavia, while the civil war was bad and all that kind of stuff, it was a communist regime and all that. So that was a good breakup. But this Ukraine thing, that's a bad breakup, right? Because, and now we have contemporary reasons that are added on to kind of excuse why it's a bad. But that's kind of how it tends to go along.
Yeah, that's pretty much. I'll quickly return to my original point. So you can see that most population doesn't care about the war, but the political leadership is completely sending different messages. So there was like, oh, we are supporting democracy and freedom, and we are helping poor Ukraine, but
Not very
in
much.
the reality, not by much. Yeah,
not in the scheme of things. Like,
yeah,
if you
I
look
agree.
at like the raw numbers moving around global economies, like, if I was in the Ukrainian regime, I would be arguing that, like, a lot more could be done.
Yeah, I agree. I was about to say that while it is maybe for American panelists, it's they are angry that the U.S. government is spending a lot of money, but when you look at the total budget and what's going to look like to Ukraine, it's pretty much peanuts in the grand scheme of things.
America is probably spending more on dog catchers in municipal cities than they are in Ukraine. And they probably care more too.
But we need dog catchers. We don't need Ukraine.
See?
But it is pretty cynical to wave around the freedom and democracy while you're giving just that right amount of help to Ukraine.
Well, if you make
for them not to
guns,
lose,
right? What are you going to talk about? People dying? That's sad. So you talk about freedom and happiness. You got to. If you're going to make guns, you have to sell them. Sell the positive attributes. Freedom, Adam. Freedom.
Yeah,
Freedom,
exactly. Yeah, that's especially pretty funny because what I recently noticed that the only countries that allow guns, pistols, because of course long guns are pretty common in Europe, especially in the Nordic countries. But the Czech Republic and the Balkans, no, not the Balkans, the Baltics, sorry, that's really bad mistake. They are actually the only that allow concealed carry permits. So, actually, what was pretty nice, the Czech Republic, even through, let's say, not very popular support, the Senate actually managed to put some little bit of watered down Second Amendment into our constitution. So because there is a quite pretty obvious intention from the European Union that they actually want to really enact strict gun control laws in the future, and that's.
Yeah, I noticed
that's pretty much. Actually, the European Union is kind of actually my grandmother called it as it is pretty similar to the Soviet Union in a lot of ways. It's just a modern version.
It's a different shade of centralized bureaucracy. It's
exactly.
They're fundamentally the same. They just use different languages, but fundamentally they're quite similar.
So
hello.
Hello, I'll leave you. I have work tomorrow and I have some other things to do. So
right.
Take care. Nice chat.
Nice having you on. Nice call.
One thing I would like to just comment on, we were talking about not long ago the sort of artificially creating countries where you have large ethnic minorities in border regions where there's a historical dispute. It's like a recipe for a future war. This happened to the Central Powers after World War I, especially with Hungary, although not many people know about it. I'm not Hungarian, I don't have a dog in the fight, but you can just look at the Treaty of Trianon, where you had these large areas of Hungary where there was a lot of Hungarians living that was given out to other countries. And it's why they teamed up with Germany, because they couldn't see a way to right this obvious, as they perceived it, historical wrong. You could say the same thing about Germany with the Danzig corridor, and whether Germany was right or wrong, it doesn't matter. People recognized at the time of the Versailles Treaty that, or at least there were some intelligent people that realized this was a recipe for a future war. And I think the borders of Ukraine, as they existed in 1991, were a recipe for a future war. And whether someone says, well, Russia shouldn't have invaded a sovereign country. Okay, fair enough, right? Fair enough. But you can't exactly say that this is Russia being imperialist for taking back land that was internally, artificially separated from themselves. And that is unarguable. Everyone on both sides realizes that
you could put the argument the other way.
Artificially. It should not have been done.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, you could put Russia shouldn't have invaded, but you could also kind of, I'm pretty sure the people of the Donbass will be prone to put the argument forth that, well, sure, but we weren't supposed to be bombed by the Ukrainian army either, so we had to.
I agree. I'm pro-Russian. We're on a panel here with a bunch of people and different viewers. We got to try to be as, understanding as possible. But no, obviously I agree with you. It's just that, we're trying to look at this from a big picture. Why is this happening? How could it have been avoided?
I don't understand why there's this issue about invading sovereign countries. This argument about the sovereign right of nations to exist is really weird, right? It's weird because it's been invoked by every tyrant and like really despotic regime, right? As their prerogative. The winner of a war invokes it as soon as they've won, right? Because it basically says, okay, I control this now, therefore I have sovereignty, right? And it also argues against every revolutionary activity that has been trying to further human rights of individuals.
Well,
whether or not you agree with them, whether or not they're like, freedom patriots or communists or whatever they are, every movement of self-determination of peoples and emancipation of peoples, whether religious or political, goes against the sovereignty of the state.
But right? This is precisely why it isn't weird, because if you think about what happened after World War II.
We have invaded so many states, and when I say we, I mean the community of international states. We've invaded so many states without any regard for their borders.
Sure, but remember what all the states that were erected.
Talking about this, the rules-based global order and the rest of it, because you've got to be stupid to even talk that way.
What rules were taken over?
Rules-based international order basically means we're right, you're wrong, because I live in America.
Sure, that's not contemporary. But it's not, Toby, if you think about it, it's not strange that these borders that are so strange and cause this conflict are there, because they came mostly from the colonial times, and they are conveniently inherited by the United States, who dominated the already existing structure that the British had. And so, like, why are these things here? Because it's much more easier to kind of, if you, instead of having to deal with these people here and there where they live and want their self-determination, that's going to complicate things. You want to make this easy. So you have these borders that control many of them, and then you empower them so they can enforce the monopoly of violence, because that you make an inherent right. It is somehow justifiable for the state to conduct violence because, for whatever reason, that's rule-based order. And then on a contemporary level, as Mason alluded to, it's pretty much the right of might. Whatever we says goes. So that's why it's not strange. They want to have these borders here, no matter how many internal conflicts arises, because they use the state apparatus already existing there. They hijack it, they manipulate it, using lawfare, using coups, and so forth. And they can also influence through the media, popular opinion. So it's convenient for them to have these artificial borders because, as I just said, you can control a lot more people that way through centralization. Consider this. Why do many of these poorer countries, the third world countries, have such an immensely wealthy elite at the center? Well, they are also financially tied to the more wealthier nations, like in Europe and in the US. And that is very convenient for the ruling elite, because that means that their social bonds can also be limited, whereas their exertion of control through the pre-existing mechanisms that kind of make this whole nation-state idea even hold. It's self-reinforcing in that matter. So that's why we're seeing dictators can be supported and someone of freedom fighters. This is why we see countries that have political sovereignty are still quite economically coerced and underdeveloped through variety of measures beyond what I just alluded to. But that would be like the IMF and the World Bank. And sorry, I have to stop myself because I'm suspecting I might be rambling.
Well, I would like to say, this isn't directly relevant to the Ukraine war, but just as a quick aside, what we have to remember is the borders of every single country in existence today exist solely as a result of internal and external warfare, right? Like, why is India a united country? Why is France a united country? Why is England a united country? Why is Russia a united country? It's because of war, basically. That's how human history has worked with the consolidation of land. Like you look at the borders of, say, Thailand. 1,000 years ago, was it 90% Thai across the entire country? No, of course not. There was probably different people in some of those areas. And I'm not making a bleeding heart, anti-war statement here. I'm just saying that is human nature. That's reality. And
that
now,
is the history. That also comes back to the arms industry, because like if you don't think there should be an arms industry, then you don't get a say because you got wiped out by the guy that did.
No, I think
right?
anyone that is
the reality.
Against an armaments industry as such is over.
He's going to be living in someone else's society, right?
Yeah, it's over idealistic.
It is because of what you were saying. This is how the modern world came to be. At the end of a lot of conflicts, starting with bows and arrows and going to muskets and eventually machine guns and tanks. But that's how we got here. It didn't come out of someone's bright idea.
And I think it's important to point out that, and I think it's important to also point out, it's not really a moral argument either. The societal developments have also their own external factors that push us on. Like, for example, the Industrial Revolution is perhaps the most clearest example, where we had to change over, you couldn't have a bunch of serfs and surplus people, and just you had to restructure your economy fundamentally. You couldn't have solely landowners. Now you have to have capitalists, because you need to have a little bit more dynamics going on. And what they did is, of course, try to take over the more important facets of the economy, being the industry. It's a natural development. You would have those who would see the power, and money is already in place. Money is arbitrary, right? But money is also power, and so we can see a market-based economy, which is exactly what we have had for 10,000 years or so, leads naturally to monopolization and consolidation of power, not only within a country but also globally. So, thus, we have what you have kind of adequately pointed out, which is, Mason pointed out that all of history is that we know now, at least for the last 10,000 years or so, is precisely that. It's a warfare, but it's also economic factors that push things into being. It's not just idealism and the craze for power. They may often be that, but if you look here, now the ideals are perhaps kind of spouted, but we also, that's why what we are noticing all the time here, the actuality is quite different. And they tend to pertain back to what we have been talking to, the economic factor and the incentives to why would they want a war, right? When it's actually very costly, it's very wasteful for most of us, that is, but not for those few, right? And consolidation of power also through media and money in media. If you have profit on a war, of course you're going to see more war, and so it goes. So the market-based economy, we will still be seeing all these things whether one likes it or not, no matter what ideals, because insofar as the market-based, we don't evolve our fundamental societal structuring, and we are going to be seeing these things repeat themselves. It's pretty much unavoidable. We just see a different shade of it, really. Oh, I didn't know. Super chat.
I spoke to international law, if it works for us, then it's all great and moral. But say you have someone, I don't know, Gaddafi, Saddam Hussein, whatever, someone we don't like, then their country has no borders. They need to be brought democracy. They need to be brought happiness from the United States. And it's not anti-American to say this, because the invasion of Iraq did nothing for me, did absolutely jack for me, did nothing for my state. So the reality is these international laws, they do exist, and largely they should be followed. But it's hard for countries outside of the Western sphere that are powerful. Like Russia is not the second most powerful country in the world or something, but it is powerful. It's a regional power broker in Eastern Europe and in Asia. When it can't use any of its influence, even within the international law, without just getting blocked by the United States, and yet they see the United States invading Iraq, invading Libya, doing all this, how can anyone take these laws seriously anymore? And
actually,
they're not taking them seriously anymore. China, Russia, they just don't.
But because that will be my pushback to that. We are seeing that change, and and kind of the underlying dynamic. I'm just going to make it, because I saw that the super chat was paid in crowns, so I'm suspecting this is a fellow Norwegian. Hello, hello. This is also like, because international law, when it is unipolar, Putin actually alluded to this some years back. Yet the unipolar world is, he made a lot of it, but he has actually a fairly good point here. When you see, for example,
right at Munich.
Thank you. So when you look at, for example, Brexit, the legitimacy of the referendum would have been illegitimate regardless, and there are many reasons for that. But you see the geopolitical effect of the UK going out of the EU means that it no longer has, because in the EU it is among peers. Norway wouldn't be. Norway would be a weaker country. So Norway's role, I've alluded to Norway being a vassal, and I don't mean that in like a denigrating way. It is we are never going to be a regional main player. It's just not going to happen. Norway will cease to exist before that happens. So our natural role in geopolitical terms is to be subordinated or to find peers. And the UK was, like the rest of its peers in Europe, subordinated to the US in many ways. But now it naturally pulls gravitationally towards the US. What is happening then in the rest of Europe? We are seeing that it's kind of splitting. And why is that? Well, I mean, in very simplistic ways, we have Russia rising as a power, and it's gravitating influence in its direction. And so this is happening all over the world. We're seeing the BRICS nations in particular, where more and more nations want to join. And I think this is where we kind of, like Mason is absolutely correct, rules-based order and international law, so far a joke. But this is due to parity now arising, and they're less like, you cannot have this unipolar dominance. So since parity is arising, rules-based order becomes much more likely because it is enforceable.
It's like they say, power corrupts, right?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think another big problem with it is that, let's take Ukraine, for example. I think it's fair to say, obviously, there's been war crimes committed by Ukraine, documented. I'm willing to say that there's probably some war crimes committed by Russia, documented. The problem is that Russia can't access The Hague to prosecute legitimate war crimes, but they're happy to let Ukraine access The Hague to prosecute Russians for war crimes. And I think that's the other big problem is all these other countries around the world, there's supposed to be this system that we work under the rules-based order, but you can use it, but you can't. And, it's like you set up the system that people are supposedly going to address their grievances with, but then you just pick and choose who actually gets to address their grievances. So, I think that's one reason why people are just tired of it and looking for other alternatives like BRICS or, closer ties with China or Russia or whatever benefits their country, because they look at the West and it's always talking out of both sides of its mouth. It's not reliable. They're, sending things to other people's countries that they don't want in their country, their culture or whatever. And I think it's a combination of things. People are just getting fed up with the double standard. And as more and more people around the world become aware of it, maybe things will change. But I think that's one of the biggest problems is you see there's a system there that we all have to buy into, but I don't get to use the system, but I still got to buy into it. And I think people are just tired of the bullshit like that. And that's to me, The Hague is a glaring example of that. And I'm sure it's across the board with trade or any other thing too. Any dispute you have with the West or the United States, unless you're a big player, you're not ever going to get any kind of play or any kind of resolution. You're just going to get ignored.
Which leads back to what Putin also said. The 21st century will be, I might be misremembering here, but the 21st century would be for the truly sovereign nations. Everyone else would just be pieces. That kind of fits very well. I thought that was pretty much what you said. I thought you nailed it really well, that this is a system we all have to buy into. We all have to buy into it. But we also know it's like,
I mean, do we really want two Hagues, or shouldn't the world have one Hague to deal with all the evil people in the world? I mean, do we want the Western Hague and then the Eastern Hague? And you know what I mean? It's just we got to kidnap different people from different countries to make them stand trial in our Hague. Do you want to play that game with Russia or China where they're kidnapping your nationals because you kidnap their nationals?
I don't think it's so much an issue of having.
I mean, it's like they create this stupid problem instead of just, hey, I have a grievance. Okay, let's work it out. I mean,
Yeah,
granted, it's not always going to
I
work
would
out.
say
for
the
you.
two Hague thing that you're pointing out is like that is kind of the problem we are having. We're getting two Hagues, but I would kind of agree with you that we don't really need two Hagues. It's enough with one Hague. What we really need is a consensus on how to go about it. And
Yeah.
since you have, for example, so many other. You want to say something, Toby?
Oh, I've studied a bit of international law. The thing about the Hague is called by a lot of people, and I think they're right, it's called neo-colonialism, because when you have a look at the people that the Hague has actually prosecuted, all except like one or two from Serbia have been black and from Africa. And so a lot of black Africans will say that the Hague was set up so that Europe could control its African colonies. And it's very hard to argue against that when you have a look at the fact that the Hague can choose which trials it wants to see and which trials it does choose to see. Because
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's like if you broke international law, you broke international law, period. End of story. Either you face the consequences.
Until the Hague actually starts to apply its principles outside of Africa and outside of Serbia, right?
Yeah.
Then it's not going to shake this tag of just being this neo-colonial mechanism for punishing bad Africans who go against the wishes of their corporate owners in Europe.
Oh, speaking of which, Uganda.
That's a very strong argument against the Hague. The thing is, in favor of the Hague, you can make beautiful speeches about international law. There's lots of really nice things that international judges have said about warm puppies and good people and how everyone should be nice to each other. And you can go on like that for days. And so there's a big market for it, right? Like lawyers want to talk like that. They want to talk about nice, fluffy things and a great future and the rule of law and all this. But we're a long way off having any kind of international rules-based order, like a long, long, long way. And I really think the American military have it right. They get criticized, but they don't hand over their people to foreign courts. Because if you want jurisdiction over an American soldier, you have to be an American citizen, and that's just how they do things. And like, I have yet to see the society that is free and rich elsewhere by giving up control of their nationals to foreigners. Nobody who's got power to stop that allows it. Russia, America, anyone.
Yeah, the problem with this is that I don't think there's ever gonna be a fair based trial for any country if there's ever a war, because it's gonna always be biased.
That's the aliens would have to do that, and then we'd all have to agree to it.
Yeah.
The Council of the Greys.
Yeah.
So Steve Buckley super chatted. He asked whether we have an assessment of POW counts exchanges. He cannot find the facts. And there's a lot of money.
Did a good one,
There's a lot of
actually.
money. Thank you so much.
That's a lot
That's
of
a
money.
great question.
Yeah. Anyone have followed all this?
Yeah,
POW counts exchange?
I read into this, and at some point you've got to have a look at the prisoner exchanges that have happened. Both sides have agreed to them. Both sides seem pretty willing to exchange them. And the other thing is that Russia has been willing to give back more Ukrainians than they get Russians in return. That's not going to happen if there have been more Russians captured than Ukrainians. You know what I mean? That only happens when you're exchanging everything you've got for everything they've got. From what I gather, and I don't, there's no great evidence, and I'm not there, and perhaps I'm wrong, but I don't think that the style of warfare lends itself to the capture of prisoners. I think that this is very much an artillery battle, and that you've got recon spotting teams out there on both sides, and they're recon, right? They're not infantry to seize ground. They're there to spot and to find out and to not they'll have a firefight and disengage. They won't try and capture ground. They're there to spot and do recon. And I think with recon forces clashing out in the woods and artillery sitting back, you're not going to have big prisoner capture. And especially when you don't have like big maneuver warfare and cutting off whole cities like Mariupol, which we haven't seen. I don't think there have been many prisoners taken. That's my take. I don't think this style of warfare that we're seeing results in prisoners. I think your
take is a good segue to the Typhon.
I agree.
Because the prisoners of Bakhmut, prisoners in Bakhmut, they're about to be encircled. Like we might see a fairly radical change on that. because I get what
or
you're
the
saying.
Russians may let them go, like they did in, you know.
Because
why would they?
previously, right, the
Well,
prisoner exchange, right, there was an
down
unbalance,
to
and then a lot of people complained. Like the Russians gave more prisoners to the Ukrainians than the Ukrainians gave back to the Russians. Like I think for a few times, and then a lot of the Russian analysts or the OC, or perhaps the citizens or even politicians, perhaps, they complained like why is this the case where we are only getting X number of prisoners back, and then we are giving way more to them, and especially some of them are the Azov battalion guys. So since then, all the exchanges are now one to one, like 80 prisoners for 80 prisoners, 50 for 50. There's no longer an unbalanced, it's always balanced now. But it wasn't the case earlier. Maybe they agreed on a certain numbers, but when they went to exchange, the Ukrainians gave them lesser. Perhaps that might be the case, I'm not sure. But there was this discrepancy, and then this discrepancy no longer happens now. Yeah, and the exchanges was very few numbers. If you ask me, like if 80, 50 is very few soldiers.
Well, one thing I would say,
honestly, I based on like what Wyatt's saying with the exchanges that we've actually seen, I can't see more than a few thousand guys have been swapped on either side. Because what's the biggest one was the Azov stuff when they surrendered, and I don't know how many of those guys got flipped back over, but that was probably the largest surrender I saw, of Ukrainians. And all these exchanges are 30, 40, 50, 80 guys. It's like, and you only hear about it maybe once or twice a month. So what are we talking about? Only, all these supposed casualties, and you're looking at a few thousand Russians and maybe a few thousand Ukrainians have been swapped back and forth, and that's it. And it's like, it really makes you wonder what's going on behind the lines, how many people are really missing, and how many people are really dead, because one side's supposedly winning, one side's losing. So where the hell's the difference in the prisoners?
200 prisoners killed in a missile strike within Russian-controlled borders. And then we have the videos of the Ukrainians massacring surrendered Russian soldiers. I would assume we might. And
there was a video the other day of a Ukrainian guy basically filmed his own death. I guess he went out to try to rescue another guy that was wounded. And you could listen I'm just assuming based on the small arms fire, it sounded like they were being overrun, and it sounded like they were getting hit from all sides, and there was a couple guys here and a couple guys there, and then he tried to go out and get the guy who was wounded, and he took a round and he was hit. And like in reference to what you're saying about the lack of casualties, towards the end of the video before it went dark, you could just hear single shots, small bursts, which to me indicated that somebody was moving through the trenches in the positions and clearing them out or finishing off wounded guys. And I don't mean that to be like a war crime. I'm just saying, if you see a guy laying there moving around and he's got a gun next to him, you're not going to ask him to surrender. You're probably shooting first, and if he's still alive after that, maybe you'll give him some medical help. But from the sounds of that particular video, they close on him, and unless you're sticking a flag up with a white flag on it, you're probably going to get shot.
Speaking of killing prisoners, there are of course a lot of accusations of the Russians doing it, but I think that is worth taking up. Like, we know how many of the Ukrainian prisoners of war the Russians have wiped out, because I know the Azov battalion, while they were perhaps one of the meanest, they were also one of the most valuable to take as prisoners, because they, as far as I got it, the Russians wanted to actually try them for war crimes and so forth like that, which is of course a big political win for Russia. But then generally speaking, if you do not have someone that you can criminally prosecute, what would be the incentive for Russia to take prisoners if, for example, they are, whether it's true or not, if they are strongly convinced that the Ukrainians are just massacring their soldiers, and the soldiers refuse to surrender, they don't only refuse to surrender, they might think payback time when they move in. And so, like, do we know, like, I don't usually watch so many movies as many of you guys here do, so I was kind of hoping you guys have an idea of that.
The situation kind of reminds me of the Eastern Front from 1941 to 43 in some ways, not in the terms of scale, right? We got to get that down at the beginning. In terms of scale, not similar. But you look at the prisoner of war exchange, like say in the Battle of Rzhev Salient, right? There's like almost no prisoners taken. because it's two forces in a meeting engagement. No one's getting encircled, no one's getting surrounded. It's two forces pushing back and forth. A lot of people are dying. A lot of people are getting wounded, but very few prisoners. You compare that to Stalingrad, where all of the German army encircled the Red Army in 1941.
Is this the Regev meat grinder? Where
yes. I'm just using it as an example, but there's hundreds of other
it's a good one. It's a good one. It's a good one.
What I'm saying is, in wars like this, where you have so much hatred, more or less, on both sides on the ground, and that's undeniable. There is a lot of complete mistrust. It's not like a brother war, even though in a lot of ways Ukrainians and Russians are brothers. It's brutal. So the only times you see large numbers of prisoners taken is if a unit gets encircled and cut off. And frankly, that's been very rare in this war. Both sides have been pretty good about getting their guys out of there. Heck, if it's the Ukrainians, it might be like the Cherkasy pocket for the Germans, where they lost all their heavy equipment and they just had to, run out of there on foot with their rifles, right? But I don't think Ukraine's going to lose 30,000 men at Bakhmut surrendered. They're probably going to have lost 30,000 KIA by the end of all the fighting here. But I don't think there's going to be an encirclement, because both sides have been very good about that. The only big instance I can think about in the whole war was Mariupol. There's been a couple where maybe a battalion or a company was cut off, but both sides have been very risk averse to getting encircled.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to say, if you look at all the intelligence platforms that NATO's providing to Ukraine, barring a catastrophic, horrible command decision, there's no excuse for them to be encircled, because they can literally say, hey, look, you got to go now. They're coming from this way or that way, or they're massing forces here. So really, Ukraine has no reason to waste troops if they have a way of getting out, because the United States or NATO can probably find them multiple ways out from the front.
As it pertains to Bakhmut, I would assume there's also a lot of fortifications behind Bakhmut, so it would be difficult for the Russians to make a quick maneuver around it as well.
Yeah, I mean, they could give them a heads up hours and hours ahead of time and say, look, you better move now. The First Guard Tanks Army's getting ready to roll over your ass. Drop back to the next line. I mean, there really is no excuse for them to get. There's no excuse for them to fuck up and get caught up like that with all the assets they have available to them. But that doesn't mean it won't happen.
But Vaun, isn't Bakhmut already surrounded? I mean, the thing is, if Russia decided to bring up the 203 millimeters, the Maltavas and the peons, and they put them within 20 kilometers of Bakhmut, they could level that place.
Oh yeah, I mean that's
in the afternoon. Now the point is that they haven't been bringing up like large regiments of 203s to just waste fortified positions. I'm interested in why, because it might be that they have like problems in their logistical supply for that heavy artillery. I was kind of surprised. I saw an article where they supplied a new batch of these 203s. The new ones are called Maltavas. They're updated peons. And there was only 20. And I think this is like for at least a quarter of a year. You know what I mean? It's like a quarterly batch. And there were only 20 of these heavy artillery pieces for the 203s. So, like, I don't know why Russia hasn't moved up its really heavy artillery and just, like, blown Bakhmut into a big smoking hole in the ground. Because in theory they could, but in practice they haven't. So, like, I wonder about that. Because Bakhmut is already surrounded. So it's kind of a bit weird, that it's just sitting there.
Yeah, it's starting to get
that prisoners, and nor are they blowing it out of the water. It's almost like they're still playing this political game where they still think that there's going to be like a counter coup, and that Ukraine is going to say, no, we're Russian friendly now, and we're going to throw out the dudes.
But are you talking about like fortifications generally, or are you talking about like a Bakhmut in center? Because I think there will be a verse of leveling down the city. Just
go and have a look at what a shell from a 203 millimeter artillery piece does, because once you've seen it, you understand what a battery of them will do. When they start shelling all afternoon, they will turn a city into a smoking hole in the ground. If you've got enough of them, like they're really big.
Right, would it be in their interest to
these are shells that will go 3 meters into the ground
what I was
and
wondering,
blow out the foundations of an 8-story building and just drop it.
Right,
know,
but
these
I
are
think
big
wouldn't it be
guns,
wouldn't it be more applicable for the Russians to use it against the escape route, so that they would actually have a bigger chance at encircling Bakhmut rather than trying to level it itself?
they're kind of for anti-fortifications. It's been a big mystery as to why Russia hasn't used their anti-fortification artillery in this war.
Because they're saving it for NATO just in case it happens. You know, they have to be like at least
The
prepared
only
for.
thing
Maybe
only
yeah.
thing I could think of too.
Yeah. So
Like,
I guess they're like saving their
I
best.
wondered maybe it doesn't work.
Well, but have you
Yeah.
noticed that they do not put in their most advanced gear? They seem to be kind of trying to put it more closely to on par to what the Ukrainians are receiving. So
And plus, they have a very
that
big
might
border
explain
too,
it.
so they have to guard their borders too. So you know.
And unless they're doing sweeping offensives, you know, they wouldn't necessarily need to break down fortification in a shock and awe manner. But you know, they can actually keep the pressure on the Ukrainians in this. The onus is on the Ukrainians to do offensives after all. So maybe they're just holding back the most advanced weaponaries just in case NATO starts somehow you know, sending in or maybe NATO would start opening another front, because that's also a consideration Russia must take, especially now that the situation is quite tense. So that's what I would, if I were to be guessing, it would be that's the reason why they're withholding. They're saving it just in case they need it for later. Because as we've already discussed, like making advanced equipment and stuff like that, fine, you can make it and use it. Like it's difficult to make them in numbers, and the Russians may have observed the West having that issue now as well, and we consider that, okay, maybe we'll just hold off just in case they try. That would be
I think it
my
kind of
hot
comes
take.
back. It comes back to the argument some people make of why doesn't Russia just blow up the Dnieper bridges, right? You know, you have these Western articles saying, "Oh, Russia's running out of missiles." They were out of missiles yesterday. Actually, they were out of missiles in March. Obviously, Russia isn't running out of missiles, but there is a grain of truth.
They will eventually.
Russia can't afford to launch 1,000 missiles at the Dnieper bridges to blow them up. Just like Russia can't afford to spend a couple of 100,000 shells on Bakhmut alone. Sure, they could do it, but when you're planning military operations, you got to think this war could drag on for another year. Russia's making millions of shells, but their biggest weapon is artillery. They use 4 or 5 times as much as the Ukrainians do, and that reflects in the casualties. That's why Ukraine's lost.
It's also reflected in their doctrine, because it's generally like a defensive doctrine, and they seem to be employing asymmetrical warfare. Like, even as you know, why would they do it to such a much weaker country like Ukraine? But it's obvious. It's empowered and bolstered by the other nations, and this is of course the most powerful military alliance. So, yeah.
Well, what I'm trying to say is artillery, in some situations, is more useful than others. So sure, Russia could pull up all of its Pion and Malka systems and fire a bunch of shells at Bakhmut. But, I mean, didn't the Allies do that at Monte Cassino in 1944, where they bombed they bombed it to smithereens, right? With B-24s, all types of bombers. They leveled it. And yet the German Fallschirmjägers still held it for a long time. Just leveling a town. They got beat up bad, but my point is, where do you want to use your heavy artillery? Now, in this slow grinding offensive while Russia's still gathering forces? Do you want to expend and burn through a lot of your ammunition, especially your high-yield ammunition, right now on Bakhmut? Or do you want to keep a good reserve for the large offensive that Russia will inevitably launch? Everyone knows Russia's going to launch an across-the-front offensive at some point. But is it worth it for them to expend just a disproportionate amount of ammunition on Bakhmut just to level it and get PR, essentially, for killing a lot of Ukrainian soldiers?
Well, the thing is,
they're shelling it, but I understand what you're saying, but I'm just saying I don't think it's worth it.
I think they might have a shortage of trained crews, because the updated 203, which is called the Moltava, the old one was the Pion.
Yeah, the Malka, yeah.
Yeah. Well, that thing has got a lot of electronics, and that thing's got math, and so that thing needs highly trained soldiers. You know what I mean? It's more like a NATO piece of equipment than a Soviet piece of equipment, and I think this is one of the reasons we don't see many of them, because like Russia is trying to modernize into a professional army. That doesn't mean it's there yet. So I think that when we look at the Russian military, the amount of really highly trained professional soldiers is maybe not nearly as, it's not in proportion to the size of the whole thing. And so I think there might be like weaknesses in certain modern platforms like the radar guided, heavily integrated, networked heavy artillery. And I think it's a manpower shortage. And this is also, I think they're hiding them from the HIMARS maybe. And their attitude is we don't need them. We can do the job with the 150s. So, you know, we will. And we'll keep these back because we don't have enough to waste them, you know, and we don't have enough crews. But I would have thought they'd be cycling their crews through to just train up on the weapon system, you know.
I would agree with you generally on the Russian army that they still are not where they want to be, obviously. But in terms of the Malka system, the 2S7, I've seen just hundreds of videos of these being used throughout the war. You know, anyone who's followed this war on the Russian chats where they post all the videos and updates, I've seen hundreds of videos of Malkas and the earlier Pion system being used. But I think if there's any ammo Russia probably doesn't have a lot of, it's 203. Because
that's a big boy.
It's a big boy, and they really don't have that many. I mean, they have a couple hundred systems.
Yeah, that's as much as they have. Yeah. They don't have, not like thousands of
their new system that they're producing, the Koalitia. It's a 152, I believe, same as the Mista SM. So these 203s, they still have them from the Cold War. They're still modernizing them, but it's kind of like the MiG-31, right? It's a legacy system that allows you to do something that your modern systems just can't, right? It fires a big boy, a long range. But if there's any system that Russia is probably trying to be as careful as they can not to just waste ammo on, I'd assume it's the 203 and the larger rocket systems like the Smerch, Uragan, you know, the Hurricane, stuff like that. Russia in Bakhmut, as we've seen, they're using medium caliber 152s and mortars from all the footage that I have seen. I could be wrong, but that's what I've seen.
I haven't seen these 203s that you're talking about. I don't watch a lot of it, but I haven't seen any footage of 203s firing.
At Bakhmut, I haven't either.
I've been looking for it too because they're quite exciting. You know?
At Bakhmut, no.
It could be a matter of them not wanting to deploy those units forward to where they could be targeted, so they're farther back in Russia until they actually want to use them.
It could also
because anything that's close enough to hit, the United States will pick up on it for them and then give them the target information. So if they're not using those high-end systems, they're probably keeping them at a HIMARS range and maybe trying to move them around so they can't get hit by Tokchus or whatever. Whatever. I mean, that might be part of it. They because I have seen the same thing, hundreds of trains full of them, but they're obviously not getting put into the field. But maybe they're just trying to keep them back so they don't get hit. Because I would assume if the United States could facilitate attacks on their supply lines inside of Russia, they will do it.
I think what it also comes down to is Russia doesn't actually produce the system anymore. They're just modernizing old 2S7 Pions, as I understand it. I think the only it's like with tanks, right? Like
they're modernizing them a lot.
Yes. It's like with T-72s, right? Russia doesn't make T-72s. They haven't made them since the 80s. But they have thousands of them because they modernize with the B3M, right? They are modernizing old vehicles. It's kind of the same thing with the Pion. And that's not to say it's a bad system. It's not a bad system. But they're probably having a lot more difficulty rebarreling and keeping these systems up to date because they're not in active production lines, unlike the Mista or other systems. That's my assumption.
Yes, yeah.
Well, I like to say, you know, about what you were talking about tanks and stuff like that. Like you were talking about T-72. Those hulls are actually used for other platforms. So they recycle the hulls. Like right now, they convert T-72s into Terminators.
Yeah,
some of them are
T-80s are used for the Mista howitzers.
Yeah, some of the hulls are. Right. Some of the hulls are converted, and some of the T-72s, this is a whole misnomer about tanks that people don't understand. I was a tank commander during the Cold War, way back when and shit like that. It was an M68-3. It wasn't an M1. But, you know, there were a lot of points that I wanted to talk about earlier. But what you were saying is that a tank is only, it can be deadly no matter what version it is. It just depends on what its mission is to do. And that's the big misnomer about that is like people say, oh, they're showing it, they're sending in shit tanks. Well, some of those shit tanks are supposed to go to LPR, DPR forces for home defense. You got to remember they have a whole rear area that they need to constantly protect behind them. So that's what the T-62s and 4s for, where to furnish the LPR, DPR, their own defensive forces to help keep their rear secure as they, for whatever operations they're going to do, move forward. But
Yeah,
you know,
you're
This
not going
opens
to
up
get
a whole can of worms on the.
you're not
tank.
going to give 40-year-old reservists in the DPR militia T90s or T80s. Those guys are probably all Soviet era veterans, so they'll have familiarity with those older systems. So that's why they're getting the older systems. They're not going to give some 50-year-old babushka, grandpa, whatever, here, go drive the T90 because you drove a T34. It's, they're going to put them on the equipment. Like you said, they have so much old equipment they can pull out and modify or upgrade or put whatever they want on them. I mean, the T72 hole is also the hole for the Taurus 1 flamethrower. So, I mean, it's like,
there's a whole nother bag of worms.
Yeah, why not use stuff that guys are familiar with? You don't have to spend a bunch of time retraining. Yeah, they might have to learn how to put the launcher up and calibrate it and all that, but you don't got to teach a guy on how to drive it or take care of it.
Well,
You know what was funny was during the conversion to the M1 from the M60A3, a lot of us old dyno tankers, and you'll probably know that, right? We looked at what was going on, and here we are, we're talking about the M1 and cross training, and I'm in the field and I'm talking to him. Say an M1 goes down for engine trouble. If an M63 goes down for engine trouble, matter of fact, I can post a picture of my tank actually having its power pack replaced, the diesel engine. We could do it in an hour and a half in the field, just miles away from the battlefront. An M1, you can't do that. It has, if there's a problem with the engine, it has to go to the next level of maintenance, which means it's got to be recovered, pulled to first tier maintenance, figure out what's wrong, and then convert it, and then shipped off to wherever it can be worked on and properly, where they can actually yank the engine out. That is the big flaw about turbines, is that you can't just replace them in the field. They're too technical for the armor. And just like Vaun was saying, the old guys know how to fix the old shit. I'm an old guy. I could literally go and start an M60A3 in ways that people don't even know I could do, just because I know the system so well. And if I was to go into war right now, at first, I would want to go in the M60A3 because I understand its performance capabilities of what it can do and what it can't do. And believe me, I don't want me and my crew in a situation that we're going to fucking die and we're outnumbered, and numbers really matter. This bullshit of 7-to-1 ratio, kill ratio, NATO tanks to Russian, that is complete bullshit, because it all depends on the situation you're in. 2 Russian tanks, if they can isolate 1 American tank, no matter what form they are, they can almost always defeat it, because as long as they spread out and keep going out further and further, you have to try to keep them in your front, because if one gets to the side of you, you can't defend yourself. So what's the only thing you can do? You either back off at an angle or you back completely back, because the problem is, if you're defending yourself, you got to swing your turret from over here and then do 180 degrees to hit your enemy over here. That time gives that other tank time to move where you can't observe it and load while this guy's engaging you. That's the problem. Like a lot of people don't know it at that level. And that's the whole thing, is that level tanks, it all depends on what the situation is. You can't.
Meddy, I wanted to ask you a question.
Babbling.
No. I just wanted to kind of interject, because in part of that, what you're talking about is basically tank-on-tank battle. But as far as I've generally understood it, you don't really want to get such an engagement anyways. Like, you won't try to avoid it. So as far as I get it, like, if you don't have infantry, you will be along your tanks, the infantry will take your tanks. And if you are getting in range of artillery will take your tanks. And it's more a rarity that you get tank-on-tank battles. So like the kill ratio on tank. So like how would you so wouldn't you say then that this comparison of tanks to tanks is kind of far too myopic in first place? Like, to be you can't really have a tank on tank comparison, because they're not really meant to be used against each other in the first place, like you alluded to.
How many Russian tanks have been lost in this?
A lot. Can I answer that real
How many
quick?
tanks
Because
have been destroyed by tanks? Probably not many.
Yeah.
no, you're right. But understand though, I was in a heavy cav unit. My job was to go out and make contact with the NA to make sure that they stayed where they were. The reason why is we wanted them to deploy early so they would stop their momentum moving forward to get them to stop, deploy out. And basically, and I can show this to you, NATO's plan has always been against Russian mobile battle group is only to fight for up to 5 days and then let demonstration nukes take care of it. I have the NATO document and I could put it up here that even says it. And that's the whole problem is we've never really tried to figure out how to combat mobile battle groups out in the open where we have to go on the offense. We've only looked at it from a defensive way. And there's a problem. But the reason I said about the tank on tank engagement is when you're out there, like in a cav division, you have your wingman. So, but if your wingman's destroyed and you're in contact, you got to either, you have a mission you still have to complete. And that's why when I saw earlier at the very beginning of the war, remember seeing that line of Russian tanks that was in column. It was about 4 of them. They got hit in the city initially when it started out. And everybody's going, well, why aren't they popping smoke? Why aren't they firing back? Well, first of all, that is just a recon unit that's there. It may be just sitting there. First of all, yes, it knows it's being engaged. Popping smoke ain't going to do any good because you can't observe around you what the hell's shooting at you. They already know where you are. So, you know what I mean? There's so many complexities. And you're right. It's not really meant to be tank o mano. But there are situations where it happens, and it's most likely for NATO tanks that they're going to wind up being outnumbered in ways. And that's why NATO always try to keep all its force together to stop that. Because, if you got a platoon of tanks out here and hit up by a freaking whole brigade of Russian tanks, that platoon is only really one choice to go. Is either back up and get into a defensive area where it can protect itself, or fight it out and complete the mission. What do? You have to make those decisions at that time because you know what I mean? You're totally right. Tanks are not meant to fight mano a mano. They were created originally for that, but no more.
But I've understood it correctly because you're referring specifically to the heavy cavalry. So, and your purpose was then to engage the enemy. Basically, it will be like a forward recon, like recon by combat, essentially. And where it's obvious, like more likely that you will perhaps run into other tanks and so forth. But and these tanks, though, wouldn't they more likely be very well supported if they are on the defensive with infantry and hold up positions? Which, I don't imagine.
I'm sorry,
well,
you're breaking up.
Like the Cav scouts, like the Cav scouts, they'll go out and deploy in a position like on a what would be like an obvious axis of advance by the Russians. Their job is to spot them when they come, try to get them to start deploying into their columns and stuff. But they're going to hit them, then they're going to retreat. They're not really there to do a stand-up fight, and then they'll drop back, and then if the Russians keep coming, or the Soviets at the time would have kept coming, then they hit them again, and they drop back. It's all about trading space for time because we were always at a numerical disadvantage. Like when I was in the National Guard, in my attack helicopter unit, we had Cobras, and it was a post-Cold War, but if it had still been going on, our deployment area was the Fulda Gap. And they told us that at the time, each Cobra would have to destroy 14 tanks or armored vehicles to be considered cost effective. So every Cobra would have had to kill 14 tanks to help even the score and allow NATO to be able to, at some point have a numerical advantage. So that, and that was in the 80s and 90s that we're outnumbered, attack helicopters to, let's say main battle tanks 14-1, whereas we might only be outnumbered on the ground maybe like 10-1 in tanks. They have all that stuff is left over, and the Russians are just pulling from that again.
What you're saying makes me think that nukes did not actually protect. Nukes protected the U.S. more than anyone. Like the USSR, perhaps.
Maddie's exactly right. I've got a manual it says you can't. It's outdated, but it says not for distribution and all that shit about being destroyed so it doesn't fall into enemy hands. But it specifically discusses the entire use of tactical nuclear weapons in the European continent so that NATO can stop the Soviets and win. our could we have fought them to a standstill and maybe won on the ground? Yeah, but I think everybody back then was planning on using nukes at some point, because I mean, think about it. 14-1 attack helicopters. Every Cobra that takes off is not going to get 14 tanks. Some of them are going to get blown up on the ground and never fire a shot. Other ones are going to kill one tank, get blown out of the sky. One guy might be a badass and kill 100 tanks and survive the war. So, and then the same thing with tanks. Maybe the M1 tank has to kill 4 T-80s to even the numbers out. Well, maybe every M1 tank's not going to kill 4 tanks, so every M1 tank's going to be a potential failure as far as a cost-effective weapon. And
how would that pan out in a proxy war in current times?
If I can point something out here about Russian tanks, right?
Please do.
Remember we said earlier how the same chassis is used on many different platforms. Well, there's one main factory in Russia. It's the biggest tank factory in Russia. It's not the only one, but it's the biggest one, and they do the most modern chassis and guns. They set a record in 2008 or 2012. They produced 190 tanks, but in all different types. So there were some very modern T90s. There were some 203s. There were all these different types of tanks, and they all got sent out to the different regiments, right? So Russia has got very mechanized units. They're battle tactical groups, and they'll have a few of every different type of tank with mortars and hunting tanks and defensive guns and so on, right? And they'll all use a lot of diesel. Yeah. But here's the big thing. Russia has been on a big modernization push across all of these platforms. And the major thing is linking up networking. The NATO have had this for so long, we don't really notice the difference anymore. We've got Link 16. Russia doesn't have this. So if Russia is not using their modern stuff, and they don't have a lot of it, right? That's the key point I'm trying to make here. Only their best units have the modern stuff. The difference between the networked systems and the non-networked systems is really big, because from the start, if you're networked, all the air defense, all the SAMs, they know where you are, and they know when to protect you if something is coming towards you because you've been targeted. So if you're part of this network system, in the West we call it Link 16, and Ukraine have got it, right? We've given it to them. Only the modern Russian stuff has it. Russia's producing probably about 200 mechanized units that have this network capability every year. And they've been doing it for about the last 10 years, so they maybe have 2,000 units in total, which is actually like, I don't know, maybe a fifth of their entire military. So they don't have NATO standard across their whole military.
Well, Toby,
but getting more all the time.
I'm gonna have to leave you guys.
Toby,
Commander, take it easy, man. Hey, I was gonna say,
Toby, to that is that. Well, I was gonna say, I'm sorry. Go ahead. It's your platform. What?
Yeah, go ahead, Meddy.
Just go ahead, man.
Oh, what I was going to say to that is that even though we think it's not more modernized than it is, they run the T90 newer version and above, and this includes the Armata, and it also includes the Terminator and various other weapons that are all inside the next-centric sphere of what you're talking about. A lot of people don't understand that these T90 tanks now have radar systems. This is something that the United States hasn't used so far. And the reason why they use radar systems is because from what you're talking about, it builds a dynamic battle map real time. It's the tanks, the Su-35, anything that can send out a signal that has a sensor on it feeds that map automatically. So what happens is a tank, if a tank, like say I'm on a scout unit and I got a laser designator and I see that there's a tank of, say 50 yards away from me, I can literally designate that. And Armada has a missile system. Well, they're working on it, so I'll leave the Armada out of it. But like an Su-35 can automatically say, hey, I have munitions that can take care of that right now, and I will engage that. You keep designating it by target, and I will launch from here to engage it. So sometimes we may not be able to even know who's engaging us.
The other thing I was going to
Usually
say,
it's shipborne tomahawks that'll do the actual engagement because you can carry loads of tomahawks on a ship. So your F-35
I was going to say, I was just going to say that in relation to the Armada, there's a video out of them using them in the field. You know, they're not going to build the Armada probably in large numbers, but the video was about how the Armada was basically being used to coordinate tank battalions. So it might be the Armada is the battalion command tank with the digital integration.
Yeah, it's the Wi-Fi tank.
And then it will control the battalion's movement and deployment over that system. So they'll have
by the end of 2000
Armada will be the battalion commander, and then you might have T-80s or T-90s or whatever has that link in it assigned to that battalion, and then they'll operate.
But just like American takes, like the M1, they have feed down the commander's computer, combat computer right there that shows the display of the map. I only familiarized with the M1, so I'm not going to pretend I know all about it. But I do know that a lot of people don't know this, but the Tamara Division, which is Second Guards, and it's called Guards because it's a historic designation of being first in class. So the Tamara Guards have been stationed down in Crimea. They were to take in 100 Armada tanks by the end of 2022. What I don't know what happened is the way they're pumping out T-90s from Tankograd right now, the newer version, is how they switched over and just stopped the Armada program right now because they know they have more people out there that are familiarized with the T-90, can be easily brought up to speed on it. And just like you were pointing out, maybe not now do all the tanks have that capability, but the command the command structure, from the battalion, maybe down even to the platoon level, will have that integration because you got to think about it. You can call in fields of fire. You can observe almost anything. All these drones, some of these newer drones actually are connected into this, and that's all they do. They're up there to censor and build the ground map. And that's what a lot of us in the United States don't understand is, in a way, Russia right now in that regard is far more technically advanced than the United States is. And that's a hard pill to swallow because these Armadas right now, they're working on a system that can engage another tank. It's a missile system that runs through the smoothbore tube of the 125 that can engage a tank out to 1,200 meters. That is at least, not 1,200, I'm sorry, 12,000 meters. It's 600 meters is about the optimum length that you will ever get out of a U.S. main gun right now, as reported, as we know. Did you see the video recently of I think it was a T-90 that engaged a target? And if you look at what was in the system, which is basically the bottom part of it, which shows the gunner and the tank commander range, it was over 7,000 meters that they struck the target. That's a problem for U.S. tanks because if they can engage you before you see them,
those guys
what do you do?
Those guys were using those tanks as artillery. That's why they were getting those shots. When they elevate that gun, they said they can reach out 7 to 12 kilometers as an artillery piece. The M1 has a range of like 24 miles if you super elevate it, but we ain't got high explosive shells that would work like, you're not going to shoot a heat round at a building and get the same effect as you would with like a Russian 125 high explosive shell.
Right. But see, in the tanks themselves, we have the azimuth settings for all that. So we would call it indirect fire. So say at night, our visibility is low. We can't see, but we know there's a roadway out there in a crossroad. We will pre-register that into our system. So at night, even if we can't see what's going on, if we detect or hear something in the area, we can just fire shells in there, maybe, to disrupt whatever's happening. So tanks, that's the other thing you brought up is a good thing. Even an old tank is a mobile artillery piece or a pillbox. That's what a lot of people, you got to understand that tanks are not just tanks. There can be many different things. It's all dependent upon what their mission is and how they're deployed.
It's always better to
But I'm sorry I'm taking everything up. I just love talking about tanks.
It's like if you're just sitting on the ground getting shot at, tanks are great.
Yeah, but there's
No
a problem
worries.
with statement, Meddy.
Yeah.
The US has a superior air force.
Vaun, you're muted.
Dang, my internet's.
Oh, I just said it broke up. I didn't hear what he said.
Yeah, Erwin,
I
Rommel,
said-
if you could please repeat that.
Okay. Can you hear me correctly now? Yes, I said that sure, the Russians are known for their better tank, but the United States of America still has a better air force. The F-22, there's no match for an air for the F-22.
Where is it?
The problem with the F-22 is there's just not enough of them. It's an excellent aircraft. I mean, the only thing close to it would probably be Su-57, and that's debatable as far as
No.
it can actually do.
The Su-57 doesn't have the capability of the F-22. So you
No,
might
I
have
mean,
the
I'm
tanks,
saying
but at the end of the day,
that's
it's the
probably
air
one of the
that
only
wins.
aircraft that would be competitive with the F-22. But there's really nothing that can touch the F-22. The only problem the U.S. has is they didn't build enough of them. They were supposed to build 700. We built 140. So we should have 700.
190.
I mean, what role can you
What's
really
that?
use them in? You're not going to be able to use them in ground attack mode against a mobile battle group that's walking around
Yes.
with its own local air superiority with the
Yes.
S-300, 400, 500 systems that travel with them. It's about that's what local superiority means, is that you're able to defend yourself from anything else just in your localized area. You can say that somebody surrounded has local superiority, but it doesn't matter. They have true local security. For what it's meant is that wherever they go, they can keep American Air Force, or at least at a reasonable, make them pay a huge price for trying to attack the mobile combat group.
Here's the
The only-
thing about the F-22, right? Let me tell you about the F-22. There's two types of wars you can get in, right? One is that you can escalate a combined arms war with another power that has combined arms, and then you can have a nuclear war with them, right? So that's path one. The other path is that you can use your combined arms against someone that doesn't have combined arms because they're not a nuclear power, and then you don't need an F-22.
Yeah.
Right? So that's basically how it is with the F-22. It's a fantastic platform that is absolutely useless because if you want to escalate a combined arms conflict into nuclear war, you can do it with an F-15.
I mean, it's like
And
the
if you want to
A-10.
beat up on a small country that doesn't have nuclear arms, you can do that with an F-15 too. So the
It's like-
F-22 is like really
I'm
good
sorry.
tool for a job that doesn't exist.
And F-15
Yeah, it's like the A-10. The A-10 is perfectly suitable for the majority of the conflicts the U.S. has been involved in for 20 years. But it might not be suitable to go up against the Chinese air defense system or a Russian, mainline air defense system because it's not that advanced. But if you're going to go strafe trucks in Somalia, the A-10 is more than adequate. Why use an F-35? Why use the F-35 to do that job when you can use an F-16 or an A-10 to do the job, and it costs way
F-16
less
is
to do
really
that.
cheap, really quick turnaround.
Well,
Yeah.
I'd like to say one thing. We were talking about tanks earlier. Specifically about how every tank doesn't have to be the best and the greatest. It's not like with aircraft where as soon as you take off over the battlefield, that's red meat. Any air defense asset is looking at you on that radar. With tanks, it's a little different, A T-62 with thermals, is it going to defeat an M1 Abrams? I mean, it's possible, but no. And that's not why they kept them around in the 80s, and that's not why they keep them around today. They use it like an assault gun, essentially, and if you look at the footage, that's what they're being used for. They got a 115 millimeter gun. They have adequate armor to stop most infantry-borne threats from the front, and they can lob HE, and you see this in Bakhmut. You see them ever since they've introduced these older tanks, because I was in an anti-armor team, right? I was running the Mark 153 SMA in the Marine Corps, and I can tell you, if I have a T-62 launching HE at me from 1,500 meters, I'm not going to be sitting there making fun of it being a 60 or 70-year-old tank. I'm going to be keeping my dang head down. And that doesn't mean that it's an impressive piece of hardware. But it also doesn't mean posting memes about Russian using them is in any way intelligent. No, it's a tank is a tank, and Russia has advanced tanks as well that they have mostly in reserve, right? The T-90s, but they're deploying them now more in combat in Ukraine. We saw T-90Ms come in pretty recently, but I just want to.
I mean, why send up a T-90 and take the risk when you can get the same job done with the T-62?
Especially if you're short on night vision. I think
if you look at like
night vision in Russian arms, so I've read that a couple of times.
If you look at like a mobile battle group and how it actually goes through and attains its objective, is that it rolls in a certain way. You have, first of all, is the reconnaissance groups that go out like veins and they try to find the best place to exploit. That's why when I mentioned that little convoy recon video that you saw at the beginning of the war, and everybody's going, "Oh my God, Russia lost! Look at these guys are all getting destroyed." That is probably one finger of about 10 in that area right now, finding a way through to get clear of the initial penetration to go forward. So what happens is you have your recon units that come in, they establish the best way to go as best as they can. And then you have the penetration unit that comes in and goes in and wraps, once it's blown open, it wraps around and holds that hole open. And then the main force comes in, and every level, there is a different type of tank. And like Toby was saying, if you're in a recon unit, are you going to set a T-14 Armada where you know it's going to be engaged, and the possibility of it hanging out there to dry for them to get is good? No, you're going to send something that's got good armor protection, but is nothing of real value to you, because you expect that they're going to get engaged at one point, and you don't want something kept out there that you cannot recover because you're not going to go that way anymore. So instead of wasting all this shit trying to pull an Armada out of someplace you're not going to go, they send the recon forces, are basically kind of like the Marines. The Marines never had all the top equipment tanks because they were going to use them in first infiltration. What would happen is if they got cut off or whatever, that it was in the enemy's tanks. But no, they use something that's useful for the job. It's not going to be the best they got, but it's going to be something that at least starts the initial process. And that's why, Toby, you're spot on. They use them at different levels and for whatever purpose it is. And they started out with 14,600 tanks. The best NATO that I could put together by combining all the NATO, EU, and United States armor together is about 9,000. And most of that 9,000 is sitting in mothballs, or they're sitting in maintenance bays because they don't have crews or parts to fix them. I mean, literally, NATO's armor right now is not in a good position to do anything. I mean, look at the Ukraine. They can't even recover their vehicles anymore. And that's one thing, as a tank commander, if you see a recovery vehicle out there and you yourself are not getting fired upon, the first thing you're going to do is light that fucker up, because that is what they rely on to get all their equipment that they can return back to the battle force. That's how they do it. If you blow that up, there ain't nothing they can do for a while, at least until they find another one, and they're running out of that shit right now. And that's the reason why you're finding these things all over the place, is because they can't recover them anymore.
Yeah, and the other thing too is if you hit that recovery vehicle, you just killed probably 3 or 4 mechanics, the guys that can pull the engines, the guys that can replace the components of the fire control system. So it's not just taking out the tow truck, you just killed the guys that fixed the tanks. And those 4 guys could have been responsible for an entire company, or, depending on what their manpower limitations are. But 188 recovery vehicle is probably going to be assigned to a company, so you just wiped out a company's maintenance crews. I mean, there's other guys around, I'm just saying, but, the 88 is going to have your top tier mechanics on it. So if you kill the 88, you probably killed an E7 NCO. You probably, the head mechanic of the company. You probably killed the second best mechanic in the company because he's riding with the boss. And then you probably picked his 2 favorite boys that are good mechanics because he wants the good guys on his crew. So, I mean, it's that's another thing right there. You kill a recovery vehicle, you just killed mechanics. So you've created another problem for them. It's not just recovering the tank and maybe having a wounded crew. Now you've got 4 guys gone and all the tools and equipment they needed to repair the other tanks.
And if I'm not mistaken, you require some fairly highly educated people to be operating much of the machinery, especially if you're mechanics and these things.
I've got a good buddy. I've got a good buddy who's an American Army officer, and that was his job in Iraq, was picking up dead tanks. He had a suck of a war. But yeah, so no, I know lots of dead tank stories, but yeah, very dangerous for all the reasons given above. Apparently the folks used to, like, as soon as Abrams went down, like, all of the kids would come out and steal all the rounds because they were really good for turning into IEDs. And so basically it was kids coming in, so you couldn't just like shoot the kids that were looting the tanks, but it was a real problem because in 10 minutes they would just strip a dead Abrams of all its ammunition. And so that was a real issue, you know, like what to do with them.
Yeah, they would loot Bradleys and stuff for the 30 caliber round or 30 millimeter rounds and stuff like that. And, you know, like you said, they use kids because, you know, if an Apache or something was sitting there, they might fire a Hellfire and destroy the vehicle so it can't be looted. But, you know,
when you get a bunch of kids,
usually you're not going to shoot. Yeah, I mean,
Vaun, like you were saying,
though, shoot at the kids, but Assange's releases prove that that's not always the case.
Although journalists,
you know, Vaun, you brought up a great point because, you know, if you take what you said and you spread that throughout all forms of the current war, where you're losing your E7s, you're, you know, down to your E5, you're down in the E4, all that leadership and experience, and that's what it is, because you don't really learn your job until you're doing your job. They just teach you the basics, but there are so many things, tricks and tips that you learn when you're in unit that unless you pass it on to the next generation come up, it's totally lost. And if you ain't there to pass it on, they got to relearn that shit for themselves. You know, that's the whole thing, is it's a replenishment rate matters in war. It's not just materials, it's men, technology, information, training, it's experience, it's all of that together. And this is why I've been I feel that NATO was never going to accomplish its mission, because there is no true replenishment rate stockpile that we could really continue this war on and on and on like people expect. Russia doesn't want that. So, and everybody was confused, because if you knew the Russian military, you're like, fucking, they could just blow right through here. You know, all they have to do is find one line to punch through, go through it, and they're in the Ukrainian rear doing whatever they want. But that wasn't their job. They want to kill and demilitarize and denazify the Ukraine, because they don't want to be back in there battling again. So, like Bakhmut, why would you stop what you're doing in Bakhmut when the enemy is just feeding its reserves and just reinforcing failure in that area, and it's driving all these other units that you had in reserve? Now we're going to Bakhmut, and then I believe that, and this is just me, I believe that the battle, the Russians will come through in the Kherson region with an armor, the second Tamar guards and shit like that. I won't go into that, but there's a reason why I think it. But you know,
I do not think Ukraine,
they could be anywhere.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's a super chat. Ukraine's not gonna get the Leopard 2. The Leopard 2 is as advanced as the M1A2. So if you're not getting the M1, you're not getting the Leopard 2. And I honestly, I don't believe the Germans have any Leopard 2s operational that they can really afford to give away. And anything they got in storage is going to have to be refurbished. And they have hundreds of tanks in storage and dozens of operational. So it's not going to happen. They're not going to get the Leopard 2. They're not going to get the M1A1. They're not going to get. If they're lucky, they could maybe get Leopard 1s. But again, those have been in storage for decades. You know, we could throw them M60A3s again in storage for decades and not available. So there's really nothing that they can get their hands on that is going to be available for them to use immediately. I mean, modern tanks are going to train. Old tanks, we don't have them. Unless you're going to play out of like Spain or something like that.
The NATO setup, though, is we don't use autoloaders. So that's a whole brand new position the Ukrainians would have to learn. And you can't you think loading is just throwing a shell into a tank, into a turret tube. It ain't that. There's a lot to it. You got to learn to stand correctly so you're not falling into the fucking recoil alone.
Yeah.
And that's something you can't just teach somebody in a book. They got to learn how their legs have to be positioned and leaning back against the.
Meddy,
you know what I mean?
Meddy, sorry to interrupt, but what you're actually doing now is answering another super chat I saw coming by where the person was asking, what is the there you go, thank you, significance of Russian tanks auto-loading. Please continue.
I can tell you this, that what we were told of how slow they are, they're not as they have somehow upgraded their autoloader systems to go faster, because we used to be told about 12, there was a cycle of about like 9 to 12 seconds. I've seen and literally watched it and made sure the video wasn't chopped up, that I seen a fire pattern that happened from fire to the next round to be launched out. So basically the whole load cycle till it fired again was about 9 seconds. And it was getting closer to 8 with a lot of them I seen. And that's one thing everybody said, well, the autoloader, a human loader, is faster. It is, but they're getting faster. And it only see, that's a problem with Ukraine. They actually need to have tanks that only require 3 people, because they just ain't got the fucking bodies to train and make 4-man crews of all of these 3-man, these 3-man tanker crews. That means you got to break up crews and fit people in to crews and positions they've never been in before to fill out the NATO tank roster that needs 4 instead of 3. So there's even a manpower disadvantage to it.
Yeah, maybe if you took guys that were like, obviously you can't in Ukraine, but like if you were to take trained Russian T-90 crews, M crews in the digital, upgraded T-90s with all the bells and whistles, they might have an easier time adapting to a Western tank like the Leopard 2 or the M1, because they would be used to that digital look, and some of the systems might look the same. But, if you're taking guys that are on T-72s or T-80s and trying to drop them into Leopard 2s and M1s, that's where you're going to have the problem. And the fact that they're getting those shots down to about 9 seconds. I mean, we trained to put 6 to 8 rounds a minute out. So the Army standard was they'd like to get a shot off about every 8 seconds.
Yep.
And and then see, that's the other thing too. Like we talk about, people, we could train tankers. It's like, when I got out of basic training, like I said, I was trained to be the least qualified person on the tank. I'm a loader. I'm not going to do shit until I earn that spot in those other spots. And like I said, you could take a gunner from a T-72 and he might do better than just some random recruit because he's got some familiarity with a gun system. But it's going to look so different. And then you got to train the guy who the gunner. Well, it's actually the Russian tank. You got the commander on one side, the gunner on the other side. And then you're going to have a guy who may have been a driver or a gunner. Now he's got to be a loader. And like he was saying, you got to, when you load an M1 tank, it's the same probably in the M60. There's a certain way to say, you slam that round in there, you pull the arming handle, you yell up and you get the fuck out of the way. You have your arms crossed your chest. Because if that recoil hits you, if it doesn't flat out kill you, it's probably going to, cripple you for the rest of your life. And and you look at the Russian guys, it's like they got the little guards down and they're sitting there all cramped up in their spot and shooting. It's like they're going to have to get used to having more room in the turret and then not being complacent and putting their hands and feet in the wrong places just because they got more room. I mean, there's a lot of things that can happen. It's just not realistic. If they wanted to put Ukrainians in a modern Western tank, they should have probably started training them in 2014 on the modern Western tanks, because those guys would have to come out onto the field as trained and qualified crews at gunnery, which means they would have to meet the NATO standard for gunnery, which if you can't do that on a modern tank, then why are you even messing with it? I mean, if you can't take an M1 or a Leopard 2 out and perform, then there's no reason for you to have that stuff.
Plus, who's going to do this training, right? Because there's heaps of places you can go to learn special ops, jungle warfare, or paratrooper training, right? Yeah. Because there's loads of people who do that. But if you're going to learn the M1 tank, you have to go to Fort Benning. Exactly. The only people who train with main battle tanks are the armored corps of serious militaries, and they're busy. They're training their own guys. So this idea that Ukraine could have been training like legions of tank qualified tank corps guys. It's not serious. It's like
Even
the
if
only
you
people
tried
who are in the business of training tank warfare are doing it for their army. You know what I mean? There is no private sector of tank warfare.
If I may ask a question still related to the auto-loading tanks, and it alludes a little bit to the discussion we had earlier about tanks being used as artillery, and that makes me reminiscent of the so-called rolling barrage that the British utilized. I think they were the ones who invented it during World War I. Basically, if your artillery is precise enough, you can blast close ahead of your infantry, so they would have less resistance when they move on. And this turned out to be a very big problem for the Germans. One of the things that broke them in addition to tanks. Now, then put this into the modern context. When you have auto-loading tanks with a range of, like fucking ridiculous range, right? And then you add it on with the artillery that has even more ridiculous range and a heavier payload. Doesn't the auto-loading function of the tank make it easier for the Russians to, if they wanted to, implement a rolling barrage when they wanted to actually, move forward instead of grind down?
It might work in the sense that you wouldn't have a guy bouncing around trying to open the loading bay, grab a round while because the tank is stabilized, but you're still going to bounce around with the terrain. So if you're standing there with your two legs, because what you got to do is you got to hit the switch with your knee. It slides the door open. Then you turn it and you grab the round. So as you pull it out and turn, you're facing the breach, and then you shove it in, lean back, and get out of the way. I mean, sitting flat on the ground, stopped in a gunnery range is one thing, but when you're driving across terrain doing that, they might have an advantage in the sense that they might be able to get consistently quicker shots off maneuvering across bad terrain, whereas the human loader might have to deal with trying to balance himself a little bit more, so you might get a slowdown in the loading. But they would both train to do the American crew would train to load on the move too. It would just, I would assume it would be slower just because you're going to have to deal with trying to balance that and load the round, whereas the Russian tank doesn't have to worry about it at all.
What's the advantage of doing manual?
Yeah, and
loading?
that's a good point. Huh?
What's the
I'm sorry, what?
What's the advantage of doing manual loading versus like auto loading? Like why would
it's quicker?
M1 is designed? It's quicker. Manual is quicker.
Yeah. Yeah, right now it is. Who knows what the autoloaded system will be in the future? Because you got to remember, a U.S. tank, its shell is one complete thing. It contains the projectile and the charge in one shell. Russian tanks, you have the projectile that is stored separate than the powder charge, and that's the reason why with the T-72s, everybody laughs like, oh, they're shit tanks. The turrets pop off. Well, I'll tell you something. If you've been hit and that much balding has went into the tank that actually triggers that explosive charge that blows the turret off, you're already dead. So because you have to understand what's actually coming in. Like if it's a heat round, it's a hot jet of plasma coming in and just killing you. And if it's a Saber round, it's coming in and it's taking the spalding, which is also the round, its core, and all the armor that it brings sucks in with it as it passes through and shoots out into the turret that bounces around and winds up finding itself into the storage of powder underneath the turret, which is what blows it up. But
would it be safe to say then that if you would have ammunition that is not all in one part as you had with the US and you do as the Russian, the different strategy from, if you want to put it that way, is that you are making your tanks with ammunition that is not really meant to be. If you get hit and destroyed, that's it. You're not really meant to be hit and destroyed. Whereas the Russian approach, if I understood this correctly, would be more that there's a pretty good chance we're going to get hit. We want to have the least amount of damage occurring. Would that be like it's a more saving, a more conservative mentality over their equipment in a sense?
I think Western tanks have always been billed as survivability. Because our ammo compartment is separate, so by design, I could take a round in the back of the ammo rack. All that ammo could cook off, but those two doors that I have to open to get the ammo out were supposedly designed to take that blast, and then you got the blow-off panels on top, so it vents that explosive force up. By design, I could sit in the turret while that ammo cooks off, the halon kicks on, pop the turret hatch, and then we all hop out and run away. Maybe the tank cooks off, maybe it gets put out, but that's the whole point. The biggest selling point for Western tanks is probably since Vietnam has been survivability.
Even before then, Vaun, in World War II, the British lost more men killed in 30 minutes. When a cruiser went down with all hands, they lost like 5,000 men in 30 minutes.
Jeez.
All of the Sherman crews in the whole of World War II for the entire US Army lost fewer men than that. Shermans were a hugely survivable platform. They lost a lot of Shermans. A lot of Shermans got shot up, but most of their crews survived most of the time. Americans
you get a lot of space inside too.
Yeah, and you're right. I mean,
they value the people. They value the training. Right. They value their people. They design their tanks to be survivable.
Well, the Russians do the same thing. We think of them as they just put people in the tanks and just fill it with whoever and send it off to battle and don't give a shit how many times they have to do it. As long as they got a tank to throw somebody and they'll just throw it in line, attacking a mass wave, and that'll be the end of that. The Russian military does not operate that way. It hasn't since the second part of World War II. And the one thing that gets me about it somewhat is that we always study what the Germans did in World War II during the Battle of the Eastern Front, and all our knowledge comes from all these memoirs and actual logs that we had those generals write down to build our doctrine from.
Hey, Manny,
we totally ignored the Russians.
Hey, Maddie, I assume you went to Fort Knox since you're a dyno tanker. Yeah, you go to the Fort Knox bookstore, and almost everything in there about tanks is Guderian and Rommel. It used to crack me up because it was like, the only other place that might have had that many German authors was like maybe the Budswehr school, but it was like all German stuff all the time, all their tactics, all their memoirs. I don't remember seeing any Soviet memoirs in there. Maybe Zhukov had something, but that'd be about it. That's all.
You're right, and that's why I go through all these old Russian NATO, our training manuals from back in the day. You can find them on Scribd, you can find them all over the place, and I think that's really what the problem is. We're a generation removed away from when battle in Europe was actually a very big concern, because almost every training scenario I went into was me in the Fulda Gap. No matter where it was training from or for, my battle was going to be fighting in the Fulda Gap, no matter what. That's all we trained about. We trained about shooting down Heinz and killing enemy tanks or BMPs, whatever may be out there. And I think this generation just doesn't understand what big boy war is, because they have never seen peer-to-peer conflict before, where the enemy can fire back at us with just as much firepower, if not more, and technology-wise, than we've ever come across since Vietnam, maybe? If that, maybe Korea would probably be the best example. But, we have a total misunderstanding about warfare right now, and I think that's what the propaganda is trying to use against us, is the ignorance of our knowledge of like the Eastern Front history and what the Russians really did to kick the German Nazi ass all the way back into the Reichstag. They didn't just overwhelm them. They're look at Operation Bajadagran. You had Uranus. You had all these operations that happened after like the 1941-42. The Russian military was in flux because Stalin went in, right, and he went and killed about 30 to 40% of the Russian officer corps during the 30s. Well, as Barbarossa's going on, these people that are in the front lines, these generals and these officers, they don't know what to do, so they're just making it up, and maybe all they have were a bunch of bodies to throw at the time. But Stalin, when they got pushed all the way back to the Volga, Russian military operations changed to deep battle operations, which are, they started to perfect it from there. They started to implement it. You have Operation I can't say the word Federation. that happen, and then that kicks off going all the way back to the Reichstag. There are so many different levels of knowledge that happen. Like Vaun knows it. He's exactly right. Everything was German. How did they win? You know, their vaunted enterprise, their Wehrmacht, their Nazi SS tank divisions, the Panzers, the Tigers, this, that. Well, guess what? Give me 10 T-34s in the Russian army of that time, and I'll take on any 2 Panzers or Panthers or Tigers that you want, because that's how the Russians designed the way they were going to attack them. If you can't fire and beat them straight on, you kill them from the sides. That just requires more tanks. That's it. It's that simple.
It's, you know, and like, you know, they renamed Blitzkrieg for the U.S. military. We called it Airland 2000, but it's basically Blitzkrieg. You know, you're using all your military assets to attack an opponent. But, you know, you can't say Blitzkrieg. You know, we can't say Blitzkrieg, but we could have Hans Guderian's memoirs teach us. Yeah. But we can't use the proper term. We got to make oh no, that's not Blitzkrieg. That's Airland 2000. Oh, okay.
You know what's funny, Vaun? That Blitzkrieg wasn't even a German definition for what they did. That is a construct made up by the historians. They never called it Blitzkrieg. It was, I mean, it exists. We know what it is because of what happened in Barbarossa. But Blitzkrieg just generally did not exist. I'm sorry, Toby. I had to laugh.
Did he fall?
No.
Oh, I thought he fell over.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have to step away and go to the bathroom, and I'm manipulating the time. I have to go pee. I'll be back.
Where Vaun went to? Vaun disappeared. You're muted, Toby.
I was saying it's 5 to 8 here in the morning.
Where are you? Oh yeah, you're Australia, right? Yeah, it's 5 a.m. for me in Singapore. So I was actually thinking about, you know, whether if you want to stop so that we can end at 4 hours plus before we go into 5 hours. I was like,
my head is also cooking, so I think it will be a nice timing to round off. And it seems like people are falling off anyways. You know, who can blame them? It's pretty heavy topics we're going into, and
not much, you know.
By the way, Toby, I was looking away because I was having a bathroom break as well and making a coffee and so forth. And so I wondered, what was the thing that happened that people laughed?
Oh, I think Toby fell over or something. I don't know.
No, my wife wandered into frame.
Oh,
okay.
Not knowing what was going down. So anyway, have you guys seen? I'm going to close up here and say goodbye. I might not be on next week because we're moving, but after that I will be. But have you guys seen this game Foxhole? I was just checking it out. Yeah, that could be good for DPA regiment. Because we could actually have a regiment and do operations with that. But I'll look at it.
It's a very time-consuming game, you know. It's like you have to take hours. You have to build. You have to send supplies, do logistics, before you can kill someone.
That's like that game Harpoon 2 I used to play. It was like a naval simulation. And it was in real. I always had to speed it up because it's like it's going to take 12 hours for those F-18s to fly there. I'm like, well, I ain't sitting here for 12 hours waiting for that shit.
The thing is, though, it's like EVE Online insofar as like the community, the DPA community. You don't have to take part in events. You can be building stuff in. So it's just like a Discord channel. It's like an online place to hang out. But you could also do special ops, or we could build an artillery unit that went in. So you can create a regiment.
So those that want to join, please join the Discord channel first, because we need to build up enough people before we will actually even go and play Foxhole.
Yeah.
Yes, because I watch a lot of Foxhole on YouTube. So it's like,
I've just started.
I'm very fascinated.
All right. Well, happy New Year, guys. Good to see you again.
Yeah.
And we'll see you next time.
Oh, bye, Toby.
Bye.
So,
I was just going to say Happy New Year to everybody. And I think something's afoot in Russia or in Ukraine. And I think over the next week or two, maybe we'll see something happen. I mean, it could be longer, but I think there's definitely something afoot and something is about to happen because.
Why do you think my name is Coping Things?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's actually in response to Alan because he made this like in this 10th or the 24th
Oh yeah, yeah,
Russian
yeah.
prediction, right?
The
So I
prediction
was-
on the 24th.
Right, and then nothing happened at Christmas, but you see, I made the fatal mistake. So I'm not emotionally damaged things, but I am coping things because I was hoping. That was my mistake. I was hoping something similar to World War One would happen, where maybe not enough to stop the war, but definitely put it out. And what I'm referring to is the World War One was supposed to. World War One was supposed to be done by Christmas, and here they are entrenched as ever, and they, the guys that are conscripted largely or whatever the promises they were given. They say, oh, it's Christmas, fuck it, I don't want to fight. Hey, German, I got some wine. Oh, hey, Frenchman, I have some beer or whatever. And they started getting together. And when soldiers start seeing each other as men, they'll be less inclined to kill each other. And the high command on both sides panicked. The Germans, they were sent to the East Front, and the whatever allies that were otherwise in the Western Front, they were broken up, and they had a much closer look on the whatever literary communication they were having. And so I knew this was unrealistic in this current war, but I was still hoping. Maybe they would be like, I got better vodka than you. Oh yeah, let's come over and prove it. And then they would just be drinking together, have Christmas, and then the day after the commanders would have a fucking big problem on their hands. So
it'd be nice.
Yeah, it would be nice. But don't hope too much, because it's only so I'm smoking a lot of copium during these streams for a reason.
So anyway, it's 4 hours. So
all right, y'all have a good one.
Hours.
Happy New Year.
So we want to do closing. Vaun, do you have
Meddy,
any last words? Oh, he's gone. Okay. Koping, do you have any last words to?
No, I'm
say?
here. I'm just waiting for Meddy to make his closing before I leave.
Yeah, Meddy, do you have any last?
I want to thank you guys for letting me ramble about tanks. It's something I love. I've loved military history since I was a little boy, and I've studied it since. And I get excited because I have a little bit different view of what's happening just from, I was just a reserve tank commander, but if you put the knowledge into time to study what's going on, and I was learning about my enemy when I was studying Russian history, I wound up falling in love with it. And then understanding what we've been told was completely different. I'm a rah-rah USA all the way type of guy, but I live in a realistic universe where we are not as developed military-wise as we think we are, nor are we as big or as bad as we've led ourselves to believe. And this is kind of shaking it out. So I'm hoping our country learns something from it. And maybe we can pull shit back from all over the globe that we don't need there and focus on our own protection. Because there's a reason why Russia doesn't really put its money in its navy other than its subs, is because they don't plan on going anywhere to invade anybody. Yet, what did the United States do? We shaped our doctrine to become light and deployable. Why? So we could go to other countries. Well, why aren't we big and heavy so if somebody invaded our shores, they can't hurt our equipment, but we don't do that. And that's a big problem, I feel. And thank you so much, Wyatt. I think you've started something. I know you're worried that it's just all going to fall off, but you have to understand this has historic value that you never know. 300, 400, 500 years down the road, but think about it though. Imagine what a historian would have given of World War II to be able to sit back and watch events unfold as they released out into the public in the real time they develop, instead of these little short snatches of things that happen in this consecutive line like we learn in history books. It's not like that. It's a big ball that is constantly moving. And Wyatt, and I'm not just saying this to fluff you up. There's others that do this as well. And you guys are probably going to be in the vanguard of how history is recorded and looked at going down years from now. So thank you so much, Wyatt.
Thank you so much for the kind words. I would say that people would reference Ryba more. Like Ryba would have a very complete catalog and archive of everything that had happened. Mine is actually sometimes is wrong, sometimes can be wrong. Whereas Ryba, they have a big team. They actually put things together. So yeah, but I appreciate all these things. The channel will definitely fall off a bit, if the Ukraine war suddenly ends. That's for sure. I mean, I'm losing subscribers from the main channel, which is like, wow. Like,
But,
I already know that would happen.
But I did see that your DPA War channel did increase quite a bit when you made this
Yeah.
turnaround. That was
Because I want to push them all the way to the war channel, so that the main channel can focus on geopolitics and all the news that's around the war. So that it's a bit more specific. So people who just interested in the war can go to the war channel. Yeah, so that's the plan. But people unsubscribing is always, oh my god, I was going like, I got to get 51,000, and then after they start to drop off.
well, but you will. I think also channels experience that they have like a fall off, and then it will be temporarily, because what you're having is also a very consistent base staying behind, and you also have been shadow banned, so that's kind of taking all those factors into account. But I see that now I am the only one holding the chat alive. So
Yeah.
I will thank everyone for joining. And please, if you feel like you want to join the DPA IRL, please subscribe, press the like button. And if you have something to say, please join the chat, and we will try to be as respectful as we can. And thank you for watching. Bye-bye.
Yeah, awesome. So thank you, Ramble Gamble, for the last. I think Mandy is awesome. I didn't know him before this. I think this is the first time he joined, so it's brilliant. And I really love the tank chatters. The discussion about tanks. Over the past 1 hour or 2 hours, which is awesome. And then unfortunately, we have two idiots that come in to show porn. That give me extra work to do, that I have to go and try to blur out and see. Hopefully the live chat don't disappear. So no choice. Because pro Ukrainians those crazies are no idiots. They cannot come in to compete and talk sense and compete. They just want to just do sabotage. So that's the quality of people that's supporting Ukraine, and it's very disappointing. It's not that I don't want to support Ukraine, or I don't want to anti-Russia. I'm neutral largely, but I'm very despised. Many of these pro-Ukrainians, the way their behavior is disgusting. So thank you NGS for all the super chats. There's a few people that I want to thank for the super chat, especially Ramble Gamble, Mason Mead, who is also on the stream just now, NGS, yeah, and Steve Buckley. Steve Buckley, you don't really have to give so much. There's a lot of money to give to us just one question. So very, very appreciative for the support. Thankfully, we don't go into 5 hours this time around. This is a lot of work to let the brain digest. Every time, if you realize, right, after every open mic there is 5 hours. The next day there is no Ukraine war update because my brain, I'm just cooked. My brain is I just totally burn out. So yeah, so I try not to go to 5 hours, because after this I still need to wait for the video to process. And now I want to highlight to you guys first that the videos will be set to private first, because I need to do the editing, because if not, then we will get YouTube strikes because of the two idiots that show the gay porn, or the guy masturbating kind of thing. So even though it's a split second, but I still need to do a blur out, and I have no idea if I do the blur out, the live chat replay will still work or not. So if it doesn't work, I will just have to apologize, and then another reason for you to hate Ukraine, I guess. I don't know. I just felt that I am idiots, man. So anyway, it's just extra work for me, so I will just make do of it, no choice. And I will be downloading the editing. I will break this into many small clips. If you have noticed, if you are subscribed to DPA IRL channel, you'll notice that every day there's clips of the previous open mics, the discussions being uploaded. So do subscribe. You can actually catch some of these clips, the topics that you might be interested in. It's a lot of work to edit all these clips. So do support. And what else? I think that's about it, I guess. Oh yeah, so Mason Mead, I want to show this just again. So it's actually not off topic. The title is just a placeholder. I will always put one of the main things that is actually happening, but the open mic is largely we can talk about anything, which is why it's called open mic. Anyone can come in and can say anything. And unfortunately today we have a lot of raiders. like you guys did not see, other than the two that came in show the pawn, which definitely they are actually in cahoot because they use the same strategy. There are also others that came in, they try to raid the channel, which I did have some control that they drop off immediately. So yeah, so that's why why I always throw the Ukrainians or the pro-Ukrainian guys on Twitter, because it's this kind of behavior. So it's disgusting. So anyway, if you're pro-Ukraine, I'm so sad for you, because you have this kind of comrades with you. Then it's like the Ukrainians, they are fighting for Ukraine. The real Ukrainians, they are really fighting for their homeland. They must be so disappointed that because alongside them there are the Nazis. Then I think it's the same feeling, I think it's the same feeling where you have disgusting people like fighting alongside with you, or having the same aim with you. I think that's so disappointing and so sad. Yeah. So anyway, thank you for watching. Just a bit of ranting because you give me extra work to do. I'm so disappointed. So anyway, thank you for watching. Thank you for all the super chats. As usual, I'll try to do this every week, this open mic every week, because I think the people that participated and the people who like to watch this really enjoyed it, and that's why I want to try to keep it going as much as I can every week. I try to keep it along on the same day, if possible. Timing sometimes is very hard because it really depends on my schedule and whether I have the energy to host it. So yeah, I try my best. And so for those that don't really understand what I was doing, was that actually I was managing the entire open mic. So I was managing the people coming in and out, looking at the chat, sometimes doing the sharing, sometimes checking things here and there. And just now I spent like a long time, like half an hour to 1 hour, just to double check if I do the editing of the video on YouTube, within YouTube Studio, to do the editing, the blurring out, will it affect the chat replay? I was researching that. So that was what was happening. So which is why open mic, it's not about me. It's about to let people. I was just managing and moderating to make sure that people can engage and talk. Yeah. So that's that. Hope you guys enjoy it. Do share. First do and subscribe first. Then share some of those clips that you like. That will help, and press the like button as usual. And please do not deliberately click any advertisement unless you're really interested in the advertisement. Yeah, because sometimes YouTube will use that as an excuse for illegal or invalid traffic. So yeah, so that's all. Thank you guys for watching, and I think I should stop ranting. I should stop talking, and I'll see you in the next update. Bye bye, and Happy New Year.